Challenges relative to social inequality. Professor Bourguignon, it's quite an honor to have you here with us today. So go ahead, you have the floor. Good morning, all. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. Although from afar, I understand that I am not the only speaker who has joined you virtually. You will have to forgive me because my Spanish is slightly rusty. Therefore, it will be easier for me to speak in English, and I hope you forgive me for that. So now I will turn to English.
Yes, you should be able to share your screen. We can see it. Thank you.
Okay, fine. So I thank the organizers of this conference. They asked me to talk about these topic, conceptual debates and challenges in measuring social inequality. This is a thorny issue to some extent, and it has triggered huge literature in various areas, in moral philosophy, in political economy, in sociology, of course, in economics. And I will not intend to summarize or to go back to this debate. I would prefer to, I mean, there are many references to that, and I don't think that it would be really worthwhile to spend too much time on repeating those arguments. Instead, what I thought would be interesting would be to try to look at these issues from a more pragmatic point of view. And this is the decision that I've taken to organize this session. Basically, my starting point is really to, just a moment, I mean, I have a problem with my screen. Okay. Yeah, okay. My main point here is that we need to go beyond in inequality the Gini coefficient of the income distribution. This is, when we talk about inequality these days, the main indicator that everybody would be using would be this Gini coefficient. And there is a lot of talk about whether the Gini coefficient is correct, not correct, whether it is indicating or evaluating the evolution of inequality well or not well. But it is true that very much of the discussion in many countries about inequality is around this Gini coefficient, or at least around income and the Gini coefficient. And the okay, just a moment, I don't know what is happening with my okay. So this focus, my point is to say that is reductionist for several reasons. There are many other dimensions than income in the social evaluation of individual welfare. Market income may be as important as disposable income. By the way, I forgot to say that the most usual income measure is equalized household disposable income, that is, the disposable income within the household divided by the number of people in the household, possibly adjusted for the age of those people, in which case we talk about the equivalent of household disposable income. But market income may be as important. Wealth is important. Health, of course, is absolutely crucial. Maybe the education of the children is important. The security, the type of housing that people can all these are important. And focusing only on the income part may be missing part of the actual level of inequality. EDI inequality, economized disposable income inequality, is itself the result inequality among genders on the labor market. And from the voluntary decision of people to work more, to take more risk, to get into business, to create firms, etc. This is what people decide voluntarily. This is their responsibility, and there is a long and huge literature in moral philosophy about freedom and this kind of concept to explain that fairness would mean that circumstances are equalized, they are the same for everybody. And the only inequality that we observe is that which results from individual initiative. And that inequality is good or should not be modified. Now, this is a very, very important debate on which I will come back a little later. But the point is that, again, it shows that inequality of income, or as they say in that literature, outcomes, is not really the only thing which matters. Finally, from a policy point of view, focusing on the inequality of income is policies to modify the inequality, to reduce inequality, mostly redistribution. Focusing only on the Gini coefficient of the EDI distribution seems to me quite reductionist. The proper social evaluation requires adding other indicators, including other inequality indicators to the income Gini. And what I will be proposing in this presentation is that instead of looking at single indicators, we should be looking at a dashboard of indicators rather than a single dial as we would be doing with EDI Gini. And this old report, which was commissioned by a French president to Joe Stiglitz and Amartya Sen, which was a final book out of this commission was entitled Beyond GDP. And one of the recommendations in this report, as a matter of fact, I was part of that commission, one recommendation was indeed to, instead of looking at GDP as a measure of how well an economy was doing, the idea was to looking at the whole dashboard. And I believe it is the same thing for social inequality. So this is the outline of my presentation. I will say a few words about the complex determinants of welfare inequality and the role of intermediate inequalities. Then I will say a diversion about the issue of public perception of inequality, which I believe is important. Then, as I said, I will spend some time on the issue of inequality of opportunity versus inequality of outcome, which I believe is when we talk about social inequality. Then a few remarks on the conceptual difficulty of measuring multidimensional inequality. Personally, I've been very much involved in this area. And my conclusion after many years is that it is too difficult, and we should not get embark in this. So this is justifying the last point, which is toward the dashboard approach to social inequality measurement. Okay, first, simply to get an idea about the complexity of the final inequality, which is, let's say, income inequality, EDI inequality. So here you see, I start with a picture where the point of arrival is the distribution of income and some other outcomes of individual activity, earnings, living standard, health status, all the result of what people do in order to try to have a nice life. And this is what we can call inequality of welfare. Welfare is to be understood in different ways. We could have the social evaluation of individual welfare would be the most appropriate way of mentioning this. At the very beginning, we have what we can call the root inequality. Some people call that ex ante inequality, inequality before activity, before individual decisions. And this is the inequality of individual circumstances, the fact that people are born in different areas, in families with different backgrounds, parents with different education, occupation. They have, of course, different genders. They may have different ethnicity, different age, and this is circumstances, characteristics that are beyond their control. They cannot go back and say, okay, maybe I will not get into that. They might change their gender. True, this is something new in our society, but because it is extremely exceptional for the moment, let's not get into that. But basically, they cannot change those circumstances. And this is what we call in general inequality of opportunity. And then the idea is to see how do we go from one to the other. And this is where the complexity is. To go from one to the other, we have to introduce the individual decision, which are there. People, given the circumstances, make decisions in terms of labor supply, retraining if they have been unemployed. They make decisions about their savings, about investing their savings. They make decisions about
Disculpen, estamos con un problema técnico.
We apologize. We're facing a technical problem, technical hitch. We're about to resume.
Dear Professor Bourguignon, I'm so sorry. We had a problem, a technical problem, and the Zoom was out, but we're back on. Can you resume your presentation, please? Okay. We were in slide 4. Is okay now? Of course.
Okay, so what I was saying is that there are many differences between these two initial and final types of inequality. In particular, the wage economics, the way the labor market works, for example, or the way competition works within the economy in determining prices. All this matters for the final level of inequality. And this is what is making the whole thing difficult. On top of that, we have some dynamics in the sense that if we look at the intergenerational transmission process, the degree of inequality that people have in their lifetime will affect one's equality coefficient of their children through the circumstances, through sending them to good schools or providing them a higher education, which will be an improvement in their lives. All this is extremely important. Social mobility, which is represented by this dotted line that we have seen, by which some people may go from one part of the distribution of the income scale to another part of the income scale or another scale is quite important and should be provided as well. So this is a difficulty. Because of that, this means that focusing only on the final part is, from my point of view, problematic. A diversion based on this fact is the fact that, as a matter of fact, when we look at the way the public is perceiving inequality, we observe that there is a little difference between the attitude of people within a country with respect to its population and the level of inequality, objective inequality, inequality in the paying scale, or the way we measure inequality in the level of inequality. And the figures I'm showing are a result of a recent study where people are essentially studying using a sticker plot to show the relationship between, on the vertical axis, we see the attitude with respect to inequality. Basically, the way in which people answer the question, how do you feel about the statement inequality in this country is too high? And the side would be absolutely yes, strongly so, 4 would be say moderately so, and 3 would be more or less indifferent. Now, what you can see, and on the horizontal axis, we have the Gini coefficient of inequality at that time in the country. And when we can see that there is practically no relationship between inequality, Gini at the top 10% share at the bottom, there is no relationship whatsoever between the way people think about inequality and the actual level of inequality. Now, We also observe the same kind of lack of relationship when people are being asked, what do you think about the way in which inequality has changed over the last 10 years? I remember a survey in Brazil where people in 2010 were asked this kind of question, and most people were saying, oh, but inequality has increased a lot. This was the first time historically over the previous 30 years or 40 years that inequality was going down in Brazil. And in the US, you had exactly the opposite. People were asked, more or less in those days, what do you think about the way in which inequality has changed in the US? And many people were answering, it has gone down. And it was, of course, a moment where inequality went up very, very strongly in the US. Now, what does that mean? Does it mean that people have a different definition of inequality? We, as academics and policymakers, are looking at income inequality as summarizing many inequalities, but people have something else in mind. And moreover, different people may have different criteria in mind. This would be consistent with the picture that I've shown. Or maybe people have in mind income inequality, but they misestimate inequality. But in that case, it is odd to see that whatever the situation, they always misestimate in a random way. So this is, again, a kind of mystery. And this is an issue which is under research, and because data are not really easy to get or to generate. These are very specific special surveys that should be made. But this is, I believe, an interesting point to know exactly what kind of inequality people have in mind. Let me now get to this very strong, important issue in this literature about the inequality of opportunity versus inequality of outcomes. I already mentioned that before. You had in moral philosophy kind of opposition between people who were advocating as inequality should be focusing on the concept of fairness. That is, make sure that the playing field has been leveled and that everybody is starting from the same starting line. And other people would say, okay, no, we are interested by the result, and we would like to make sure that there is not as much inequality in the result as what we observe. So this is, we know that the first attitude, fairness, equality of opportunities, is very much linked to this idea of meritocracy, that the inequality that we observe, or that is licit, is the inequality that result from the efforts of the people. And this is the meritocracy, and you know that there has been this strong critique of meritocracy by this American author, Michael Sandel, recently, which is a very interesting analysis. On the other side, we have, so as I just said, that the policy must be simply leveling the playing field. Egalitarianism seeks to make the distribution of income more equal by redistributing outcome, possibly at the cost of economic efficiency. So there is this view that people who are in favor of equality of opportunities say, at the same time, we are in favor of a very efficient economy, and we are making the economy efficient. On the contrary, egalitarianists would accept to make the economy less efficient in order to reduce the degree of inequality in outcomes. My point to say that this difference is very much blurred for many reasons. Egalitarianists, of course, are in favor of equalizing opportunities because they know that, and we have seen that in the previous slide, not the previous slide, in the figure that I've shown in my first slide, because they know that if opportunities are equalized, there will be less inequality at the end. So they are also in favor of equalizing opportunities. Second, people who are in favor of equalizing opportunities require resources. You don't redistribute human capital from one person to another. You don't redistribute education capital from one person to another. You have to invest more in people who have less education. So you have to invest in public education, public schools, improve the quality of schooling, and this is a way in which you'll be reducing this inequality of opportunities. But in order to do that, you need resources, you need money. So you need to raise taxes in order to pay for that, which means that even if you are in favor of equality of opportunities, you need to rely in one way or another on redistribution. On the other hand, we can say that because some circumstances cannot be equalized, you won't be equalizing the kind of education that people receive from their parents, the kind of philosophy, moral philosophy they got from their parents. And because of that, because there is no way you can equalize this, then one correction that is suggested for equalizing opportunities would be to compensate people at the end, at the final level, for those differences. But compensating people for those differences is equivalent to taxing those people who started very well, who started from parents who had a lot of social relationship and were able to transmit or to give to their children some advantage of this type. And this means that in order to equalize opportunities, you have to tax those people who are doing better because of that. You don't know whether they do better because of that or because they were very entrepreneurial, but you are, on average, we can say that you are doing something of this type. So because of that, I don't think that the difference or two in terms of policy, certainly, it is not that important. It is important in terms of different types of inequality, understanding that, for example, when we say that women are performing not as well as men at the end, in terms of earnings, they have lower earnings. Is this due to the kind of education that they receive? Is this due to the way in which the labor market works and some kind of discrimination of the labor market? This is extremely important per se. This is an inequality per se that we want to be able to analyze for itself, and also for the fact that it is affecting the overall inequality among all people at the end. So this is, I believe, the way in which we should be looking at this duality between opportunity and outcomes. Measuring inequality of outcomes is something easy. I will not insist on this, despite the fact that there are discussions about how to improve it, and the fact that maybe we are underestimating, or certainly we're underestimating top incomes. Some corrections are necessary. Okay, there is a whole literature and a whole debate about this, but it is not conceptually, it is not difficult. It is simply a statistical issue. Inequality of opportunity is slightly different. There is a lack of data, or the data are very incomplete. Some inequality can be easily evaluated. We can easily evaluate what is the gender inequality, what is the contribution of gender to final inequality, and this will simply be a dimension of inequality per se. We can do the same thing with ethnicity. We can do the same thing with age. Seeing that there was a session in this seminar about pensions, this is an issue with age-related inequality. So this is one approach, which is a very simple one, which we call horizontal inequality, when we compare the mean earnings of a woman with respect to the mean earning of a man, after or before correcting or adjusting for differences in education or in the type of occupation. We may also have slightly more elaborate measures. In particular, John Romer is known to have proposed such measure. Slightly less common is a more cumbersome way of looking at this, simply by saying, okay, if we have information in the standard household survey about what kind of occupation the parents of respondents had, what kind of education their parents had, what kind of region they were living in, what kind of housing they had, all these, how many siblings they had, etc. All this is about circumstances. And then we can analyze, I mean, there is very simple statistical kind of analysis, look at how much inequality in terms of final income is due to those characteristics. And this is telling us something about the importance of the inequality of opportunity in determining the inequality of final income. I started this literature with my friend and the former colleague, Francisco Ferreira, and the former student of ours, Marta Menendez, in Brazil a long time ago. Since then, Chico Ferreira has made a lot of progress. He has developed a kind of industry together with some colleagues in Italy. Now they have this equal change database where they are collecting all the analysis of this type. Unfortunately, there are very few of them. And the few of them, in practically no country or very few countries, you can count them on the handful of countries, would have data at more than 1 year. I think that the only one which has yearly data on this would be Peru. Recently, they published a paper as part of the Latin America income inequality review, this initiative, which was taken 2 years ago and now has produced a lot of papers, and then will produce next year, I believe, a report. They have a paper which is summarizing all what they have done in this area for Latin America. And finally, we have another type of data, which would be panel data, where we observe parents and children, parents when they were in their 30s, children when they are in their 30s, and we are trying to compare and to look at the transmission of some of their characteristics, but most importantly, we are able to look at the transmission of their earnings over time. In Latin America, there are practically no panel of this type available. In the US, we had the famous dynamic panel, which has been used by many researchers, despite the fact that the sample size is small. Recently, people have been using administrative data to do this kind of analysis. But in most developing countries, it is impossible to do that. Some proxies have been used in the case of Latin American countries, but we know that there are many reasons why those estimates are biased. This is an example, and which I believe a very interesting example of the last in the last stage of this estimate in the case of Latin America by Brunori, Ferreira, and Neidorfer. On the top, the orange dots corresponds to the Latin American countries, the level of absolute inequality due to opportunities. And in general, practically for all countries, these opportunities or these circumstances consist of parents' education, parents' occupation, gender, ethnicity, and the region where people were raised. So this is more or less the same thing for all countries. And with this, we can see that there are differences in the degree of inequalities that is generated only by those characteristics, forgetting about all the other sources of inequality. And in this chart, we are simply relating that level of opportunity, inequality of opportunity on the vertical axis with the Gini coefficient of the actual income distribution on the horizontal axis. And we observe that there is a strong relationship. We see that the more inequality of an opportunity there is, the more final inequality there is. And the blue dot corresponds to each country to the share of the inequality of opportunity with respect to the inequality of total inequality of income. And we see that in a country like Brazil, the share of inequality of opportunity is very high, meaning that there is very little mobility in Brazil in comparison with, let's say, a country like Argentina or Colombia at the bottom, where the share of the inequality of opportunity is much lower. So this is an extremely important information. And you can see that we would have a much better view about what inequality is about, what is going on with inequality, if we had more data, more time series with this kind of data. To give you an example of the other type, what we call the intergenerational earnings in elasticity, when we try to relate the earnings of the fathers and the earnings of the sons at more or less the same age, in developed countries, which are in blue, this is obtained with panel data. In the case of Latin America, in yellow, this is obtained with proxies. What is important, however, is simply, and this is a reason of this chart, is to show you that not only there is more inequality in Latin America than in other countries, but there is more inequality of opportunities. And you see, I mean, there is at some stage, people were trying to discuss this kind of a chart, which as a matter of fact, is called the Gatsby curve for some kind of unknown reason. But there is no ambiguity about what this chart shows. It shows that the more inequality of opportunity you have, because this is a component of the final level of inequality, the more final inequality you have. And in this chart, this is taking the form of intergenerational elasticity, the very much transmission of earnings from parents to children, or very low social mobility in earnings over time. But this is exactly the same thing as what we have seen on the side of inequality. Let me move to something else, but I'm trying to check my watch. How much time do I have left? I mean, maybe 10 minutes?
You have all the time you need. Go ahead.
Okay, so let me say a few words about now a different view about inequality. We are convinced that inequality is made of many different components. I cited some of them at the beginning. We have not only income, but we have health, we have housing, we have security, etc. Many dimensions that we would like to take into social mobility would be one. In parentheses, in diversion, in Europe these days, and maybe especially in France, with what is going on with the previous election or this coming election, the idea of social mobility is absolutely central. People talk about what they call the social elevator, and the big thing that they say the social elevator is out of order. Now it is okay that there is very little mobility over time, which is something which is hardly, felt very, very much by people, and which is part of the kind of discontent that we can feel in this society. So, so this is part of, this should be part of the welfare. But now let's say that indeed, welfare depends on various dimensions, which means that the social planner is interested in the inequality of welfare, which is obtained from the joint distribution of different characteristics. Income, health, for example. We have a distribution of people according to income, according to health, but we have the joint distribution showing how people at a low level of income, what their health is, or what is the distribution of the health, and is it different from the distribution of the health of people who are at a high level of income. This is what we call a joint distribution. Now, the difficulty is that in order to evaluate inequality, it will depend on the kind of assumption that we can make on the way social evaluation of welfare will depend on the various components. And in particular, we may assume that the social welfare is considering that the components are independent, meaning that you can change the level of one component. At the margin, it will not change the amount of welfare that an individual for the society, I mean, the level of welfare society considers that an individual will get from an additional dollar or whatever. So if we have independence, then we can show that inequality of welfare, will depend solely on the inequality of its components. I'll show you an example in the next slide. Non-independence, what matters very much, it is not the only thing which matters, is whether the components that we're looking at are complements or substitutes. This will remind many of you of economics, whatever, intermediate economics probably, or maybe economics 101, where we were considering goods which were complement or substitute. It is more or less the same story. We said that two goods or two components of welfare would be complements if the marginal welfare of one component increases with more of another component. Now let me show you what is this concept or meaning in terms of when we have only two components, income and health. And this is a very old paper that I had with Tony Atkinson on this. And this is where we started all that literature on multidimensional inequality. So if we have welfare independence and we have only income and health, this means that the marginal welfare per unit of actual income does not depend on your health. Whether you are healthy or not healthy, the fact that you are moving from $4,000 to $4,500 and $4,500 is the same thing. Now, in that case, welfare inequality depends only on the inequality of income on the one hand and inequality of health. Then you have to combine those two inequalities together in one way, but the point is that it will not depend on the way in which health and income are jointly distributed. If income and health are complements, meaning the marginal welfare per unit of additional income increases with your health. So if you're healthy, you will be enjoying more an increase in your income than if you are not healthy. If this is the case, then correlation between health and income matters, and we can show that more correlation means less inequality. This seems a bit odd, but you can understand intuitively the reason why, because in that case, more correlation will mean that, and because income and health are complements, more correlation means that the distribution of income and that of welfare, that of health, have the same kind of information. And because of that, if they are highly correlated, inequality is less than if they are not highly correlated. And we have the opposite when the two goods or two components, income and health, are substitutes. In that case, correlation matters, but more correlations mean more inequality. So the point here that I want to make here, that it is very difficult to handle this issue of joint distribution, because you have to make this kind of assumption about the way in which welfare depends on the various components. And there will always be a lot of discussion about whether those assumptions are valid or not. And as a matter of fact, what we proved in those days is that you need even more than that. And when you move from two goods or two dimensions to many other dimensions, the problem becomes quickly, completely untractable. So the view that we should be able to look at social inequality as looking at some aggregator of various dimensions taken together, and looking at the joint distribution is probably an illusion. So because of that, I suggest that we should move in the direction of using a dashboard approach to social inequality measurement. Two ways, as a matter of fact, to consider multidimensionality: rigorously decompose inequality of income into all its components. Going back to my first chart figure, let's try to figure out exactly what is the functional relationship between all the elements which appear in this figure and the final degree of inequality in earnings, in family, in disposable household income, etc. This is analytically intractable, simply because in order to do that, and it is what some macroeconomists are trying to do these days, but in a very, very elementary way, by, you may have heard about the Hank models, which are heterogeneous agent neo-Keynesian models. And they are trying to go in that direction. But again, this is absolutely elementary. We are very, very far from the complexity that I've shown in my first slide. So instead of doing that, I think that it is better to consider various socially relevant dimensions of inequality independently, even though we know they are not independent. We know that there is no independence between the distribution of health and the distribution of income. Maybe because richer people are able to get better health care, or for another reason, or because healthier people are able to get higher incomes. We know that there is a relationship, but it is important from a social point of view and from a normative point of view to be able to say something about those two degrees, two types of inequality. And we can multiply the dimensions. Now, how do we use such a dashboard? If we have a dashboard year by year or every 5 years, doesn't matter. So over time, we're able to look at the way in which the various components are evolving. If all of them are moving in the same direction of less inequality, fantastic. There is no doubt that inequality is going down, and we should have all the reasons to be very satisfied. Most likely, however, it will not be the case. Some indicators will improve, some of the indicators will worsen, which means that in order to make a final judgment about this, some value judgments are needed. But the point with this dashboard is that it is not some obscure authority which has figured out a system of values to put together all those inequality indicators that will decide that there is more or less overall inequality. This will be public information. And there will be discussion about this, whether the society is doing well, not well, and where, most importantly, improvements are necessary, where inequality is too high for some, with respect to some kind of criteria. So the point with this dashboard is that we are trying to go away from putting everything together and saying, okay, we have taken into account the fact that there are complex relationships to get to the final income inequality or final other outcome inequality. And because of that, we have the complete model, and we have a fantastic evaluation tool. This is probably inaccessible. And my view would be to say that we should not get into that. Now, the problem is that the indicators needed for maintaining such a dashboard over time are not always available. even though in some cases it is not difficult to evaluate them with the available data sources. So let me give you a list, possible list of social inequality indicators that we might want to take into account. But of course, this is something which has to be decided at the country level, depending on the way in which the society is considering, or either the way in which final income inequality is being generated, or what is important from a social point of view. So some dimension would be inequality, of course, of equivalized disposable income. This is the one that we are using systematically. Something which is not that used, which is inequality of equivalized market income. So this is before taxes and earnings at the individual level to evolve exactly in the same way as the inequality of equivalized disposable income. And this is something that we want to take into account. There is, if the inequality of wages is going up at the same time as the inequality of equivalized disposable income is going down, maybe because there is more redistribution. This is an information that we want to have, because the inequality of wages per se is an important social dimension of inequality, at the same time as it is a component of the final level of inequality. Pre-tax national income top shares, I mentioned that because WID, the World Inequality Database, which is produced in Paris at the Paris School of Economics by the World Inequality Lab, is including other dimensions of income that are really trying to distribute the whole national income, not only what is found in the household surveys. Inequality of opportunity, I think that the discussion that we had before shows that this is absolutely essential. Inequality of wealth, and this is something that we don't consider. But when I was saying that the perception of inequality by people is a bit ambiguous, it is possible that people have in mind inequality of wealth. When they are said that people like Elon Musk has some tens of $1 billion wealth, there is something which is very impressive, which is okay, but how come, if this is okay, then the distribution of wealth must be extremely unequal? When they heard about their own country billionaires, it is the same story. Inequality of school achievement, more systematic use of PISA in the inequality dimension, poverty, of course, which is another view at inequality, and maybe relying on the multidimensional poverty measures provided by the UN, employment issues and underemployment issues, health disparity indicators, not clear what kind of health inequality measure should be used, but this is something which would be there, gender disparity, and I could add age disparity, etc. But this is a kind of list that one would like to have. The issue is that to be effective, it would be good not to have too many components, because if there are too many components, then we won't see anything. I've tried to do this in the case of Brazil, and these are various indicators between 2000 and 2022 in Brazil, which I have put together on the same chart. And I can show you a couple of interesting things. This is poverty. Poverty as evaluated with $6.85 PPP a day, which is a so-called upper middle income country poverty line. And this is multiplied by a percentage multiplied by 10 in order to fit this chart. And this has to be read on the vertical axis. So we start with the level of poverty, which in the 2000 was slightly below 50%. But you see, and what is circled here is the fact that between 2001 and 2004, there was no change in poverty in the share of the population under $6.85 a day. But when you look over there, when you look at equivalized disposable income Gini, which is here, or when you look at gross wage, which is here, which is the Gini, this inequality went down. So how come inequality went down, but poverty didn't change? Very interesting element that if we, in those days, okay, I didn't go back and try to understand what was going on. Maybe our Brazilian colleagues would be able to tell that to us. But this is the kind of thing which holds the attention and which makes the dashboard interesting. Another one here is when we compare inequality of disposable income, which is the orange chart, with a green chart, which is dark green chart, which is gross wage, we see here that we have 2 years or 4 years during which inequality of wages was going down and inequality of income was going up. And not marginally, in a very substantial way. Again, it is an interesting point, and this should have called the attention. Maybe total inequality is going down, very good. But, sorry, maybe inequality of the wages is going down, very good. But inequality of total income is going up. Another thing, wealth. When you look at this chart, the wealth share of the top 1% in terms of wealth, you see that the trend is very much ascending. But when you look at income, and even when you look at income taking into account top incomes, all national income, which is this curve that we have here, we see that until 2015 or 16, it is more, sorry, until 2019, it is, no, until there, I mean 2014, it is going down when inequality of wealth is going up. So there is, we cannot say that inequality in those 2010s or 2000s and then early 2010s has been going down, because if this chart about wealth inequality is correct, wealth inequality has been going up. And this is something that we should keep in mind in evaluating what is going on within the country. And last example, this is not a very good criterion for inequality of health. I look at the crude death rate in Brazil, and it turns out that in the 2010s, more or less, this crude death rate started to increase, much before, of course, the COVID. We see the COVID at the end, of course, of this curve. Then there is this big change, big increase in the death rate, which will be compensated later by a drop. But then looking more carefully to what people had to say about this, it turns out that this is a time during which the death rate among indigenous people was increasing. So here we see again a very clear inequality dimension. If instead of looking at the overall death rate, we would have looked at the death rate by ethnicity, then we would have found this kind of difference. And indeed, this is an important dimension of inequality, which has nothing to do with the inequality of income, and that we would like to take into account. So this is what we can do. We need to enhance data sources to do that. There are a couple of remarks here. In particular, I insist on the fact that some indicators are very easy to get. It is very strange not to see systematically in all countries which are collecting household surveys on an annual basis, not to see systematically the evolution of the gender gap in wages. This is in the survey. 3 lines of code in Stata allow you to get that. Same thing with age. Same thing with ethnicity. All these very simple horizontal inequality indicators are available, but they are not systematically exploited. So it may be the case that they are very flat. There is no change in them. Good. But at least it would be important to know that this is the case, and not that we are not looking at them and then, oh, but let's look at gender inequality comparing 2000 and 2020. Oh, yeah, but we find now that there is a difference. In my chart over there, most likely there has been a drop in the gender gap, but I'm not sure about this. And this is the reason why I didn't insist on that part of the graph. So the point is that many data are available, many indicators can be obtained, but they are not systematically reported. And this is, my point is as much about reporting and showing what is going on as it is on analyzing and getting the data. And then it is not very costly to to calculate the inequality of opportunities as how much is explained by the characteristics of the parents. Asking respondents in any survey what was the occupation and education of their parents will take 2 or 3 minutes, and the cost of the survey will not be very much affected by that. And my feeling is that we are learning so much out of this that it is a pity not to have this kind of information. As I said before, the only country where Brunori and Ferreira have found annual data is Peru. And we can observe that in Peru, indeed, inequality of final incomes and inequality of opportunities defined in this way has been declining, but quite interestingly, over the last 10 years, okay, I may be wrong about exactly that, but over the last 10 years, more or less, the inequality of opportunity didn't change when the inequality of income was going down and then up. So this is interesting to say that here we have a very nice analysis of what are the reasons why income inequality is changing. It is not because of opportunities. It is because those opportunities are being valued in a different way, or because people behave in a different way. So let me conclude. My plea is not for the replacement of the present master inequality indicator, which is this equivalized disposable income Gini. It is for adding to it a combination, a set of other inequality or inequality related indicators with 2 goals in mind: accounting for other income and non-income dimensions of social inequality, identifying the sources of change in the EDI Gini, and possibly remedying them. Many indicators are available or can be produced regularly out of existing data, but several important indicators are only available at irregular times, so it will not take much to make them available on a regular basis. So this is the message that I wanted to deliver today. I think it is an important message, and it does not take much to move in that direction. And my conviction is that this would improve very much the policy debate, and it improve very much the policy effectiveness. And I will stop here. Thank you very much. And sorry if I've been very long. You should have cut me.
Thank you so much, Professor Bourguignon, for this excellent presentation. I'm going to switch to Spanish. Muchas gracias. Esta presentación ha sido realmente inspiradora y ordenadora para los esfuerzos que estamos haciendo desde la CEPAL para avanzar en la medición multidimensional.
Making progress in terms of the multidimensional measurement of inequality, and to work with indicators that go beyond wealth or income. You hit the nail on the head. You talked about the limited data, for example, and difficulties when you have to make decisions along the way. we again, what you have presented is very much in line with what we are working on here. I'm truly sorry about the technical issue. Unfortunately, because of that, we are quite behind schedule. So we will conclude this panel. And again, thank you profoundly for your participation, and we will continue to be in contact. And of course, you're welcome to stay on and listen on throughout the entire seminar. And now I would like to give the floor to Amalia Palma from ECLAC, who will be the moderator of panel 5. So thank you again, Professor Bourguignon. Thank you, Daniela. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this fifth panel entitled Tackling Inequalities to Achieve Labor Inclusion in Latin America and the Caribbean. It's a pleasure for me to moderate this interesting panel. This topic has been addressed over the last 2 days of this intense event, and but despite that, we know that the labor market is constantly evolving given the intensified technological transformations that affect all corners of the labor market. This calls for new social policies and labor policies to address the various challenges of today's society. And it's important to have active labor market policies and to have income transfer mechanisms for the social welfare system. Now, we have a list of interesting panelists today who have addressed the labor market from different perspectives, and we hope to provide you with an opportunity to reflect upon and discuss the different types of programs and plans that are being implemented to foster the equitable participation of all individuals in the labor market. Without further ado, I would just like to mention that this panel's been supported by the Korean Aid Agency, since they aim to make progress with regard to the discussion relative to the digital transformation. And clearly, the labor market is a key point for all of this. So without further ado, and given the time constraints, allow me to introduce you to our first panelist. Andrés Espejo is a researcher in the social development division of ECLAC, and he has an introductory presentation. Go ahead, Andrés. You have 5 minutes. Just kidding, 20. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Amalia, for the 50 minutes that I have for my presentation. Today's presentation is about how to tackle the inequalities that we have been talking about over the last 2 days, social inequalities, and doing this through labor market policies. I think it's important when we talk about the labor market to mention that, first of all, social inequality is manifested in different areas. As mentioned by the previous keynote speaker, this is what we call multidimensional inequality. And one of the key areas, as mentioned by ECLAC in one of its reports, is the labor market. That's one of the key components that we can work with to reduce inequality. We know that inequality is inefficient. We've said several times that inequality is inefficient for the labor market, but also to address the other types of inequalities that exist. The regional seminar last year talked about labor market inclusion in the labor market, and we said back then that low economic growth that we've experienced over the last few years and as a result of the various crises have made it more difficult for individuals to become engaged in the labor market. And when we talk about labor inclusion, it's not just about giving individuals jobs and making sure they have jobs, but they have to have the right opportunities to be able to get jobs. And the jobs that they get also need to be decent jobs. And the region is very far from achieving that target. Moreover, this insertion or having a paid job is not sufficient because this region faces a very high level of inequality. Practically 50% of the labor force works in the informal labor market, and there are historic reasons why individuals are unable to get a job and stay in that job. Now, at ECLAC, we know that we believe that comprehensive or integrative policies that address social aspects and other aspects are important, and we know that labor market policies may be key to tackle inequality. essentially some more context that I think is important. We saw this last year at our regional seminar, and first, if you focus on the first part of the graph, you can see the roughly 500 million individuals working in they're of working age in Latin America and the Caribbean, and 314 million of these are not working. That's for different reasons. They might not want to work, but there's a significant percentage of these individuals who, for a variety of different reasons, cannot work. There are various entry barriers to the labor market.
Graficado distintas situaciones que pueden enfrentar estas personas que enfrentan barreras de entrada, pero cuando uno empieza a revisar los datos, la mayor parte de las personas que no pueden entrar al mercado laboral son mujeres. Y otra parte importante son jóvenes, personas con discapacidad y personas que enfrentan en su día a día mayores barreras que hacen que no entren. Pero como dijimos, entrar al mercado laboral, ser parte de la fuerza laboral, no es garantía tampoco de que logren un empleo decente o un trabajo decente. De casi los 300 millones de personas que están ocupados, uno de cada dos de esas personas están en informalidad laboral. Esa informalidad laboral varía entre los países. Tenemos tasas cercanas al 20-25% en algunos países, pero hay en otros países que está cerca del 70% de los trabajadores en el sector informal. Cerca de un 5% de esas personas se encuentran en situación de pobreza. Los ingresos laborales en el mercado laboral no son garantía para salir de la pobreza. ¿Y por qué? Porque muchas de esas personas, 4 de cada 10, que sus ingresos laborales no les permiten superar los ingresos o salarios mínimos de los países. Las personas que se encuentran en la intersección de los ejes estructurantes de la matriz de la desigualdad social presentan mayores obstáculos para su inclusión. Tenemos distintos ejes: el género, la edad, el nivel socioeconómico, la raza y etnia. Cuando uno entrecruza estos ejes, las personas tienen mayores barreras de entrada y mayores problemas para lograr la inclusión laboral.
They face problems when it comes to labor inclusion. Now, as for MECLAC, it is mentioned that the labor market is where income is redistributed, but it is also a guarantee of effective rights. The role of the labor market is key. The role of the labor market implies that this is the sphere where we can find an exacerbation of inequalities, but it is also a key aspect to reduce those inequalities, and that is why we believe that this is one of the main spheres in order to face up to this inequality. In Latin America, in 2022, work income represented up to 70% of total income, and practically 57% of the income of the households in the first quintile. Here we can see that transfers, especially public transfers, play a key role and an equalizing role. We can, for example, evidence that transfers to the first quintile is close to 20% of the total household income, and that drops. But in all, it's about 10%, and that means that when we can make certain exercises, that shows that Gini, when we look at total Gini results, that means that thanks to transfers, Gini in practically all countries of the region drop significantly. On the other hand, we also say that there is an inefficiency of social inequality in the labor market. Here we have a correlation of that inequality with informality, and there's quite a high level of correlation that shows that inequality on the one hand perpetuates labor informality, but labor informality in turn is perpetuated as a result of inequality. It's an intrinsic relationship. Veronica Marantes, a few years ago, established that between 1990 and 2014, the labor market was key to reduce inequality, and many of the factors that explain this were the formalization processes. Informality, since it's so relevant in our region, practically 50%, will be a phenomenon that will have to be taken into consideration, and we must generate formalization processes in order to reduce our inequalities. Here I will show two examples, one which goes beyond income. Here we show the reality of labor inequality among youth. One of the main axes of inequality is age. And what we are showing here are several things. First of all, we do this based on a work that we are conducting with employment surveys, which we are harmonizing. We have practically 15 surveys in the region that have been standardized, and this shows how the indicators and labor indices have evolved. As we have said in these ECLAC reports, youth unemployment continues to be very high. In generally 3 or 4% young people have 3 times more unemployment rates than older persons. Young persons are in a more precarious situation than adults. There are educational and training barriers, of course. A lack of access to quality education and to vocational training limits the possibilities of having a well-paid job, but the effects are evident in the long term because at the end of the day, this will have lasting effects. There are studies that show that young people that enter the labor market in an informal manner perpetuate that informal market throughout their working cycle. And that means at the end of the day that this has an impact upon the precarious nature of their jobs throughout their lives. But this also shows that there is a major difference, a big gap between genders. In 2023, the rate of jobs among men was 74.6%, whilst in women it was 52%. 52% of women enter the labor market, and the other 50% is left outside of the labor market in Latin American countries. Curiously enough, those that have greater labor informality, well, women enter the labor market to a larger extent and women earn on average much more than women, 26% more than women. And here we try to measure the components of this income. What it shows is that indeed it varies over age, but when we control equalizing the same type of characteristics of both education and labor experience, we realize that that gap increases. And this is contradictory. Women in general terms have greater educational levels than men, but when we control the different factors that have an impact on this, we realize that there is a salary discrimination. Women, even if they possess the same characteristics as men, receive, if we look at this at an average level, when we control all the factors, 33% salary difference. So without controlling, it's 26%, but when we control all the factors, that increases to 33%, and that is only explained by the level of inequality or discrimination. Now, how to face up to these inequalities? Well, as from ECLAC, we suggest different elements and tools. First of all, we conceive that inequality on its own will not be resolved without comprehensive policies. So that is a key aspect that we have analyzed throughout this seminar. And as from there, social development policies, social protection policies that we have analyzed, both contributive and non-contributive, care policies, education and health policies are important. But that linked to economic growth measures. But as from this side, we believe that social inclusion, labor inclusion policies can be an important agent to reduce social inequalities. The policies that countries have are wide-ranging, and thus we have to focus on the ones that, in our view, may contribute to improve and to reduce inequality. Certainly what we will see now has to be done with an articulated vision, a coordinated vision. We can no longer have policies that only belong to one specific sector. And what we will focus on today are the active policies in the labor market. In general terms, active labor market policies are those that enable an update of the qualification of people, those that adjust to a better manner the supply and demand for labor, but also promote productive employment. Active policies, when it comes to the labor market, are those that enable us to join the labor market via updating our competencies or via the acquirement of new competencies. And in the ECLAC report, we have mentioned active policies devoted to supply, to vocational training, and to lifelong learning. And we also have active policies much more geared towards the demand, the indirect generation of employment, direct generation of employment, and self-employment. Now, what are the characteristics of those active policies? This forms part of a study that we conducted recently. In general terms, and this emerges from a database that we have in the Social Development Division in the program of social non-contributive social protection that we have here in ECLAC, and which is permanently updated. And this has enabled us to obtain a large number of policies and programs. And what we have identified here is that these policies have specifically encompassed people that live in greater vulnerability or that face greater inequalities. And thus we believe that these types of policies, since they are the focus of what we're working on, can be very important. In general terms, most active policies in the labor market, we have identified practically 120 different programs and projects of active policies in the labor market are primarily aimed at women, at young people, at people working in an informal manner, unemployed, and people living in poverty. In general terms, when one begins to disaggregate the number of policies, most of them can be disaggregated into technical training and support policies for self-employment. And in general terms, these vary between the different coverages that countries have. We have, however, observed, and this is very important. No, sorry, I've skipped ahead. What we have considered is that in general terms, these policies, despite the fact that they are based primarily on training and professional education, most of these policies focus on this idea of having professional training when it comes to the acquirement of new skills. As Amalia said during the introduction, we're facing multiple changes in the labor market, in labor relations, and that is where these active public policies play a fundamental role when they include some type of technological transformation within their curricula. We can see, for example, that there are examples of active policies that have to do with the digital arena and that involve support for self-employment. And what active policies have done is to using technological resources in order to generate sales, for example, digital platforms, platforms for SMEs. But as I mentioned beforehand, we have the issue of technical and vocational training. And what active policies focus on is on the digital literacy, the use of programs, training online, and the promotion of technological education through distance learning. But most of these programs are aimed at a young population, basically, leaving aside the population that is older than 30, and which is often not so updated in the use of these tools. As you can see, in terms of active policies, in general terms, when we look at public expenditure in terms of how much countries devoted to those active policies last year, we held a special session on this issue. We can observe that in general terms, the general expenditure on active policies in the labor market is relatively small. Countries devote practically 0.32% of public expenditure to active policies, and this increased significantly in 2020 as a result of the pandemic. But in general terms, that important part increased primarily as a result of transfers from normally the ministries of the economy in order to help the effects of the pandemic. But in general terms, what we can observe is that most of the resources for active policies aimed at active policies come from the Ministry of Labor, but there is also a fundamental element for the Ministries of Social Development and other decentralized training institutions. We have different institutions in Chile and Colombia, for example, that work in a decentralized fashion and as training agencies. There's also an important issue that we will refer to later on, which is that often these policies overlap. Some policies are developed by the Social Development Ministry, but they're aimed at the same target population with similar objectives as the ones promoted by the Ministry of Labor. And therefore, we have to, there is an issue with how to focus these types of policies. Effectiveness, I believe it's important to not only to describe these types of policies, what the document does, the document that we're discussing in this presentation is first of all to describe the different types of policies, the examples of policies that exist in different countries, the type of policies that they're implementing, but we also conduct a very complete review of data and of metadata in terms of the effectiveness of public policies, especially of active policies, and how they are able to reduce inequality. In general terms, international literature provides a wide range of evidence, and I believe it's important for countries in general terms over the past years, especially over the past 10 or 15 years, they have increased the number of assessments of their policies, and that is a key aspect in order to make an efficient use of public resources. And in general terms, the meta-analysis that we have conducted show significant effects and the different strategies of the constituent elements of social inequality. Most evaluations have shown positive effects on populations that have greater obstacles for labor inclusion, especially women.
And in spite of this regional experience, there is an unequal reality as to the guaranteed access to social protection system through the design of active policies. There are two main objectives. Try to insert people in the labor market, and on the other hand, train these people. These are the two major objectives. What we have observed, fortunately it is changing in recent years, is that these policies are providing employment, are succeeding in that people are working, but they are not concerned about the social protection or that the programs will have a contract. These jobs usually are short-term because of a crisis or something, but they do not persist in time, nor are they linked to training, nor to labor intermediation that would allow them to look for new jobs. And so when we do the meta-analysis of evaluations, is that policies do achieve the objective for which they were conceived, provide employment or provide training, but do not think about the complete cycle. If the person is not employed, needs an employment, needs to be retrained, and so forth. So I invite you to go over the study that shows among different parties, evaluations that have been conducted in the region, different effects. Veronica Escudero is also one of the commentators that can contribute a lot on this. In 2018, she published a world study on effectiveness of active policies in the labor market. Thank you for your participation. And here, it is key to bear in mind these different phenomena because, as a final thought, what we can say is that inequality is going to be an obstacle for the efforts of achieving a social, inclusive economic development. The paid work is a key to reduce inequality, but it's not any type of job. It has to be decent work with labor conditions. We need to promote labor inclusion, allowing to have formal employment, and that will grant protection, labor rights, and sufficient income to have a decent life. And active policies of labor inclusions that face and reduce inequality will be in the center of social inclusive development strategy and may be key for the progress of SDGs. Next year, we'll have a World Summit for Social Development, where the one of 1995 in Copenhagen, 30 years back, said one of the central issues to have social progress was decent employment. We've moved 30 years, and there's a lot of progress in education, in health, but the progress proper in labor markets have not been the same. So the time is right to start reflecting, to accelerate these efforts. There's a long way to tread, and our region is the one that faces greater inequalities due to incomes, and it is generated by the labor market. I invite you to reflect on these and how these active policies can allow us to reduce inequalities of this labor market. Thank you very much. Thank you, Andres. And you have 30 more minutes left? No, you had asked for 50, remember? No, it was 20 minutes, and it took me 20 minutes and 20 seconds. Thank you for your great intervention, highly enlightening, and there are many elements to think and discuss. So I would like to encourage our participants in the room, as well as the more than 200 people with us online, to share your questions in the chat. And those who have them here, keep them for the end, so hopefully we'll have a Q&A session. Now, first, thank Veronica Escudero and also Rodrigo Oliveira that have been waiting online. Thank you very much. First, Veronica has the floor. Department of Research of ILO. Investigation Department. Based on your experience, how the active policies of the labor market combined with income support have improved labor perspectives of workers that show greater vulnerability. Can you give us examples of these strategies? Please, go ahead. Good afternoon, good morning. My name is Veronica Escudero. Thank you very much for the invitation to participate in the seminar. I will start sharing with you some slides. A couple of seconds, please. Can you see the slides? Yes? Better there? Yes. Yes, we can see it perfectly well. All right. First, I would like to take a few seconds to thank the colleagues of ECLAC for organizing this very important seminar and also for the invitation to participate in this specific session. It's a pleasure for me to be with you. Thank you, Andres, for your very interesting presentation, enabling a discussion on what are the policies that our region needs in order to reduce inequalities through labor market improvements. Now, I would like to start answering the question as a conclusion of the presentation, which is also the conclusion to which I have arrived after many years of studying these policies. So, the labor market active policies are effective, but unfortunately, not all the active policies of labor market are effective. And the question is, why not all? Well, the experience of conducting impact analysis and also experience in situ in the field, the ILO research department has allowed us to conclude that the great difference between the effectiveness of policies are the characteristics of design and implementation. So the key to make these policies more effective is to see what characteristics of design and implementation are fundamental, are key. So I will rapidly present 4 lessons about the effectiveness of these policies, focusing in number 1. With this, I can answer the question. So the first lesson is that the combination of labor market active policies with measures supporting income is key to increase the effectiveness of these policies. I will go back to reasons in a while. Second lesson is that it is necessary for these policies to treat with the adequate doses. That is, the content of policies is important, the duration of policies is important, but also the income support given to the participants is very important. The third lesson that is important to identify target groups for these policies and enable them. But this is not enough for them to, for the persons who are the target of our policies, they need to have these skills in order to participate in these policies, and that is key. And the last question, or the last lesson, as Andres said, is to ensure the institutional capacity and resources. So let me go back to lesson number one in order to answer to the question. Why is it important to have joint implementation of active labor market policies with income support measures? Well, these active policies of labor market can or have the capacity to represent a response, an answer to the problems of the labor market of the region and inequality. On the one hand, they improve access to job opportunities, but on the other hand, they have the possibility of improving the quality of labor conditions. That is a key fact, as Andres said it. However, when we see the why of many or the non-effectiveness of these policies is that there is a great problem of access to these policies. To focus or find target groups and focus all these policies, it's not enough. Many of the times, the persons that have been targeted and with the right to participate in these policies, they do not participate in the end. And the question is, why don't they? And that is because participation in active policies of labor market is costly, especially for those of lower income levels or persons with certain vulnerabilities that are the ones that are the main focus for these policies. Although the policies are a support of governments for persons and families to participate in these policies, they need to leave their part-time jobs or informal jobs, and they need to look for solutions to leave their families, and this is not always convenient. And therein lies the importance of income support. Whilst the support to income help the individuals to participate effectively in the active policies of labor market, they will then improve the perspectives or prospects of individuals in the long term. And the evidence about the effectiveness of the joint implementation of active labor market policies with support to income show us better results in the participants that do have access to these two types of measures in a joint manner. There are not main impact evaluations outside of Europe, but there are those. And I give in this slide the literature that has conducted impact evaluation of these policies in a joint manner. I can tell one example of interest is the impact evaluation of Banerjee and co-authors. An very interesting example because it is one impact evaluation conducted in several countries at the same time, and the policies were implemented in the several countries at the same time, and it provides access to a series of active policies of labor market that are integrated within income support measures, especially social assistance schemes. This was a 2-year program, and the purpose was to help beneficiaries to initiative and maintain an activity on their own, an entrepreneurship support. Many homes participated in this, and of extreme poverty they were. And they were evaluated in several countries, in Ethiopia, in Ghana, in Honduras, in India, Pakistan, and Peru. And this study revealed very interesting results, that there were positive and significant effects in its several results. For example, an increase in income because of the labor participation, an increase in food security, and also an improvement of mental and physical health. very interesting is that these effects continued 3 years later after the program started, and that these positive results were not only for those that received cash transfers, but they were for the whole group that had these measures. So in the last minutes I have, the next question that I think of importance is, well, we know now that joint implementation of these measures has the potential of being very effective. We know because of certain impact evaluation that in fact the programs jointly implemented are effective. But now what we want to know now is how common is the joint implementation of these two types of measures outside Europe, European countries that do implement all their active policy programs in a way. So this implementation is now being expanded outside high-income countries outside Europe. I want to show you a map that hopefully it will not be so small in on the screen. I will show you two maps that are the results of a mapping of labor market active policies jointly implemented with policies of income support that we conducted in my team in order to understand first what type of measures are jointly implemented. There are several labor active policies, but also there are several income support policies. And to know how common was this dual implementation, I will start with this graph showing the active policies of labor market that are integrated with uh, unemployment insurance in social protection policies by countries and by type of policies without counting the North advanced countries.
All of the countries that are here, as I have shown, are countries that don't have any unemployment insurance, and therefore there is no integration of policies. And the rest in green and in lilac or purple are countries that do have implementation of these policies. We see then in the map the implementation of unemployment insurance with more active policies. A conclusion then would be that the lower income countries do not have an employment insurance as part of the law that would allow them to implement these measures together with active labor measures. A second conclusion, and that is interesting, is that that does not mean that these countries do not implement these measures jointly. This map, the final one, shows the active labor market policies that are integrated into transfers, aids. And here we have the contrary. Lilac countries are those that don't have any active labor policies. Almost all countries, well, all countries do have cash transfers. In lilac are those that don't have active labor policies. And here we have those that do have active and passive policies. And the same countries that did not have that integration in the past now do have a series of ways to integrate these policies. And if we go to countries in the region, we once more see, as in Russia as well, that more and more they integrate money transfers as a series of active policies for labor markets. The exceptions are Ecuador and Peru. In Peru, the implementation of cash transfers is done by public sectors within the public sector. So we do have different ways of combining these policies in the region, but they exist in all countries, no matter what the level is, and that is a good start. And that would be it. Thank you for your attention.
Muchas gracias, Verónica, por esta interesante ponencia y aparte por esta interesante información que has compartido con nosotros de cómo esto mismo que mencionaba Andrés, de la integralidad de las políticas y la necesidad de trabajar no solo con un foco, sino, por ejemplo, en este caso, políticas, programas referidos al ingreso y en conjunto con políticas activas del mercado laboral. Muchas gracias entonces y ahora sin más quisiera dar la palabra a Andrea Repeto. Muchas gracias, Andrea nos acompaña acá en vivo también por esperar por este pequeño atraso que tuvimos. Andrea es directora de la Escuela de Gobierno de la Universidad Católica de Chile y quisiera preguntarte qué políticas activas del mercado laboral pueden promover la inserción laboral de las mujeres y cómo también se puede abordar la educación STEM para este grupo. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Amalia. Quiero partir agradeciendo a CEPAL por la gentil invitación de participar en este importante seminario y en particular en este tema tan relevante que es cuáles son las herramientas que podemos proponer para que haya una participación más equitativa en el mercado del trabajo. Gracias, Andrés, por tu presentación, Verónica y Rodrigo, por compartir este panel. Me voy a mirar tu pregunta un poquitito más arriba.
I will look at this from another point of view that is equally important, and this is related to Veronica's presentation. Now, labor income are the largest source of income for most families in the region, and also for the government. Now, this has to do with the welfare of families, labor opportunities, mobility, and everything having to do with inequality. And it also has implications for the future generations. So it's not a static photograph. And as Andres said, in view of the relevance, we have the chance to repair some of the inequalities observed. And I do not wish to forget that the possibilities of jobs are even more important than wages. People work not just for their income, they work for social belonging, for personal development, for social pressures received. So there are many other things involved in the desire to have a job. I bring usually to my students a work that was going over transfers to families that are not conditioned to jobs. There are other conditions, such as, for example, for the kids going to school. When these money transfers are provided, the labor desire does not decrease. We economists sometimes only worry only on the income, but there are many other things involved in the desire to work. Now, Andres, as supplemented by Veronica, data shows the active policies that can be used, what tools exist to promote more effective labor insertion. I think it's worth thinking about the problems that are found in the labor market. This is very important, and it flows. There are many problems. First, we have to find a match between workers and employment so that the workers have the skills that are demanded. We need the companies to offer the necessary conditions that will match the needs of the workers as well. Schedule, distance, vacations. So there's also a demand from the workers. There are tremendous issues in information. Where's the match? The workers wonder where are the jobs that meet my needs. There are components in the problem that are not easy to verify, such as, for example, the worker may ask whether the labor environment is good, it's pleasant. The employer doesn't know, on the other hand, what are the social, emotional features of the workers. Is he responsible or not? As a result, the market it doesn't flow, and it also brings in discrimination. We ask whether the newly graduates understand what the work is all about, and the employer wonders, okay, this was graduated from public schools where they don't teach anything. And then the worker also worry about the children, sons and daughters. So there are many things involved. And here we see employment policies. They train workers to realign the productive needs of the countries, certifying skills. But there are other things that are not as easily shown. Information is needed, or intermediation is needed to provide information, guidance, and placement, subsidies to repair many of these failings. There are programs for micro entrepreneurs, for example. We have internships, many programs that aim at repairing the gaps that are seen in the labor markets. Before going to women, I'd like to talk about young people. Young people have difficulties about jobs everywhere in the whole world. The young people are requested experience. We request they have experience. Sometimes they do have experience, but they cannot prove their own experiences, or they just don't have enough experience, and they're exposed to a lot of discrimination. Older persons believe that young people are lazy. The, when we look at the memes, there are kids lying down on the sofa and scratching their bellies. So there's a lot of discrimination in that respect. In public spaces, IDB and the Canadian organization conducted studies with 15,000 young people in Latin America and the Caribbean. My colleague here participated in that. And we found that young people have a high educational expectations, a lot of aspirations, and they do have social emotional skills. There are cognitive gaps though, but they do have responsibilities at home. So the idea we have about young people being lazy is wrong. And they're also exposed to a lot of problems related to age, drugs, etc. And that's why I diverted from your question, because young people are important. And a first good job is going to really give the trend for his future adult labor experience. And that is why an early training is needed. In a changing world, we don't know what's coming. So education and training is important. We should be able to get the young people to adapt to what will happen in the future. And we have to be worried also about the transition from school into the labor market. The children are not taught on how to prepare a CV, how to deal with a job interview. We have to be more detailed in guiding and teaching young people how to go about this. We have a short program in Chile called Aprendices, but it is involving only a few young people. There are small attempts at doing this. We must then worry more about this. Now let us take a look at the women. Nowadays, women have more education than men. But the wages are smaller. So there are many barriers women face. Care. Care is one of the big barriers that women face everywhere in the world. There are not enough nurseries to take care of the young kids. And the schools here in Chile, for example, they shut their doors for 3 years in a row. Somebody has to take care of the kids, and there are not enough nurseries. So there are difficulties, but somebody has to take care of these children, and usually women do so. And this will continue to be a barrier, no matter how excellent the programs may be. Usually women have gone into micro enterprises. But I don't think that is the best solution. First, to be an entrepreneur is something risky. Some of these women are coming from vulnerable sectors, so we increase their risk levels. As Veronica said, if this is not followed by cash transfers without any conditions, then she will be facing even more problems. The women believe that they can do everything at the same time. Some women do get a job, but it's very difficult for them to take care of home and the kids and take up that job.
Therefore, we need to find mechanisms that will allow women to be independent, and we need to do away with these barriers. If you go back into the history of social services, you also see that women tend to accept lower income. Uh, we need to pay women better, but we need to import men into the care economy. We need to do a lot more that other activities that are valuable and have great potential. I also think we need to work on women's self-esteem and their own ability to do different things. In Chile, for example, the mining sector is very well paid, but the mining sector means that you need to be outside of your home for 2 weeks because you need to go on site. And so when you think about women, I think we need to address the other barriers. Maybe the subsidies are attractive and generous, and there are support programs for women to be more engaged in the labor market. That's not going to solve the problem because there are other issues that are not related to that. And so we don't have an elastic situation for women, and we need to think about what those barriers are before we go out and offer programs that, as Veronica said, have a very low take-up rate because there's other issues that need to be addressed before they can participate. Thank you, Andrea, for those remarks. I'm glad you didn't follow the prompt, the question, because I think you touched upon some extremely interesting issues that allowed us to take this discussion even further. For example, you talked about entrepreneurship in women, and again, assuming that women can take care of others and work at the same time. And often the entrepreneurial issues are related to taking the care economy. So women, for example, can be food-related entrepreneurs and take care of the kids at the same time. So we have to figure out how to address this so that we do not continue to further exaggerate the gender gaps. Okay, now allow me to give the floor to Rodrigo Oliveira. Again, apologize to you because you've been waiting this entire time. And Rodrigo, I have a question for you. How do you think active policies related to training, skills training, specifically digital skills, how can these foster labor inclusion? What measurements can governments take to foster these policies throughout the life cycle? And are you familiar with any regional experiences that you could share with us? So go ahead, Rodrigo.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so thank you so much for the invitation to be here representing the UNOIDER. So just briefly, we are also a UN organization based in Helsinki, and we work with development economics. I'm Brazilian, but I prefer to speak in English than in Spanish. I'm so sorry for the participants. So I will thank you so much for Andres for his intervention, and also Andrea and Veronica and Amalia for her questions. So I would try to bring some, I would try to raise some issues based on my own research and also from the research of some colleagues with a focus on Brazil. So one thing that is connected to the whole discussion that I want to do here is the proper formulation and implementation of policies. And in saying that, I want to highlight 3 examples from Brazil. And examples based on my own experience, but also on the research I have been conducting in the past few years. The first one is about affirmative action policies. The second one is vocational training, and the third one is the interaction between social protection and labor policies. Regarding affirmative action policy, Brazil is a very interesting example. So when we look to the international experience, basically we have a lot of evidence regarding affirmative action policies in higher education and in the labor market, but for a few countries. And most of the work that's published out there is about Brazil, the US, and India. So when we look to the Brazilian case, Brazil is a country with a large, long history of slavery, and these reflects in the black and white inequality in the country nowadays. And in 2012, Brazil decided to implement a national policy for for affirmative action to higher education. So in short, 45% of all slots in public universities in Brazil needed to be filled with Black and mixed race individuals from disadvantaged families. So it's a really large policy, 45%. However, many years before that, some specific universities decided to implement this policy by their own. And what we have been seeing in work from my own work and other colleagues' work is that these policies are extremely efficient in promoting access to individuals from disadvantaged families to top universities. These students, they start the university with much lower skills than their colleagues, than their non-affirmative action colleagues. But what we also show in our work is that there is a strong catch up throughout the time. So students, the policy provide access to students from disadvantaged families to top universities. They start the major doing worse than their colleagues, and by the end of the course, they are having the same grades, they are finishing the major with very similar GPAs. So this is one of the examples of a policy that can provide students from extremely low background, very poor families, put them in a high level environment and show that there is a misallocation of talent in Brazil because these students, without the policy, they could not enter the university. Why? Because they go to worse high schools, but once they enter the university, they show that they have high ability. They show that they can do really good in the university and then in the labor market. So the studies that we are doing at the moment are also showing that the black and white inequality reduces a lot when we look to this group. This is a very interesting policy in Brazil, very cheap policy. There is some evidence that the other group that is displaced by the policy, that the white students that are not entering these top universities anymore, they can go to private universities and the general welfare effect is positive. On the other hand, Brazil also had a very interesting experience, but in my view, not as positive as the case of the affirmative action policy. In 2011, the Brazilian government created a policy called Ciências Sem Fronteiras, that was in English would be Science Without Borders, with the goal of sending students from technology majors abroad. And this policy was extremely expensive. This policy cost the Brazilian government $3 billion in 4 years. This is almost 35% of what the European Union spent in the Erasmus program. That is the largest exchange program in the world. And in a recent work that we are conducting, we also show that this policy do not change any indicators on labor market, post-graduation enrollment in Brazil, or entrepreneurship. So we have in the same space, higher education, two policies, one that seems very effective for promoting the reduction of inequality, and the other one that was much more expensive, and we don't have any evidence that this policy is working. So then this brings me back to the first item that I raised, that was related to the proper formulation and implementation of policies. We know that the black and white gap in Brazil is a real problem, but it was not clear for the researchers and the policymakers that sending undergrad students from Brazil to other countries was that important, instead of spending this money, for example, to send PhD students or master students, or to focus this money on disadvantaged students. The second point that I want to raise is the issue of vocational training. So there are so much evidence out there about vocational training, and it's still impressive how many policies are created. And when we do policy evaluation, there is no impact. And one of the work that I have been doing the last 4 years is evaluating a vocational training policy in Brazil. So Brazil has vocational trainings at the municipal level, at the state level, and also at the federal level. So this policy, and Brazil is a really large country. I'm studying a policy that was created by the state of Bahia. So a state in Brazil with 14 million people, and they have this vocational training policy that started in 2012 and is really, really big. So they select around 10,000 students to be trained per year. And this policy is in place since 2012. We did the evaluation of the policy, and basically we show some minor positive effects for women, and we don't see any effects for men. But when we look to the design of the policy, we see a lot of problems in the policy formulation. For instance, the policy don't have a clear age cut. And here we hear from the colleagues two things. One is that the first job that you have is extremely important for your career. And also that young individuals, youth, are more harmed by the challenge of entering the labor market. And when we look to this vocational training policy that's in place, that's extremely expensive, that's like 10,000 people per year, we see that in the rules, any person in these states who went to the public school can apply. And when we look to the data, we see a lot of people that are enrolled in this program over 45, 60 years old. So it's not a policy that is focusing on youth. And when we look specifically for youth, we see some evidence that there is a positive impact. So it's a policy that has a very good political intention. It's a policy that it's big, it has scale, but at the same time has basic problems of public policy formulation, because the policy implementation do not follow the knowledge that's out there for the countries and even for the Brazilian states. And the third one is the connection between social protection and labor policies. And this also brings me back to the discussion of policy formulation and policy implementation. And in Brazil, we have a very interesting case. In fact, we have two interesting cases. One is the unemployment benefits, and we have now evidence that the unemployment benefits in Brazil, they generate positive impacts on consumption when you have mass layoffs, and also generate unexpected negative effects on crime rates. So people that are in the formal labor market, when they lost the jobs, because during the period of the unemployment benefits, they commit less crimes. And this increases the welfare of the whole society. And the other case is how to create policies to benefit people that are beneficiaries of the cash transfer programs. I was in a meeting with Professor Santiago Levy, who was involved in the Progresa program in Mexico many years ago. And one of Santiago's concerns is how cash transfer policies can distort labor markets in countries like Latin American countries or in some specific Asian countries. We also have evidence that in the Brazilian case, the Bolsa Familia do not harm the labor market. However, there is a discussion whether the Bolsa Familia, what type of jobs the Bolsa Familia do not harm. What I mean is we have people that are beneficiaries of the Bolsa Familia going to the informal and the formal labor markets. But the rules of having Bolsa Familia and having a formal job is not very clear. So this creates a lot of uncertainty for the beneficiaries and also for the policymakers. So there is a need of moving people from the non-contributory system to the contributory system, and sending the message for these beneficiaries is extremely important for the effectiveness of these policies. So I want to stop here. I'm 1 minute over time, and thank you so much for this opportunity again.
Thank you very much. Sorry. Thank you very much, Rodrigo. Muchas gracias por tu exposición.
Thank you very much for your presentation and also for your time, or for being on time. We have, I think, a few minutes, and therefore I have some questions that were posted in the chat and some comments congratulating our presenters during this morning. That has been very interesting. But first of all, I'd like to offer the floor to people that are present in this room, because we have very little time. And so that if there are any questions, please let me know. Please go ahead. Please introduce yourself, where you come from, and your question, and whether it's directed to somebody specifically. Good morning, everyone. To those present, my name is Rafael Ojeda. I'm a student from the University of Santiago de Chile, and I study international studies. My question for any panelist, or for all panelists, is that I fully understand the importance of state subsidies, of cash transfers, and also of social policies. However, my concern focuses rather on the political aspect, because I believe that in terms of popular recognition, our region of Latin America and the Caribbean, we find that many of these social policies want to be something, but they end up by being policies that favor specific politicians and so on. So I would like to know whether there are countermeasures to prevent this and what can be done in that sense. Thank you, Rafael, for your question. I would like to offer the floor to our four presenters in the order in which they spoke. And in addition, I would like to know whether someone could refer to this issue of the changes implicit in technological changes and what that implies for active labor market policies, these changes that we are experiencing. So I begin with Andres, hopefully just in 1 minute. Thank you, Rafael. Well, let's see. There is evidence or international literature that shows a duality in terms of results. And this and transfers have played a key role in terms of the reduction of inequality. They form part of an important part of the social protection system. We have to see how they are designed, the duration of those transfers, who they focus on. There is no specific literature in that sense, for example, that focuses on on this aspect. There are people or studies that have shown in some periods of time that by providing a minimum salary or by increasing salaries or perhaps via conditioned transfers, that disencouraged people from working or enabled them to become informal workers. In general terms, evidence has not conclusively shown that that is the case. It will, of course, depend on each country and how policies are designed, and we cannot be as categorical as that. And likewise, it'll depend on the design. I believe that there are good and bad policies, and I believe that we have to continue to work with them. In terms of the technological transfer, active policies have improved. They have been included in training in terms of promoting jobs. The issue of the technological transfer, well, there are many debts there, and the main one is that most of them are focused on young people. We still need to provide better tools to adults over the age of 30, and especially for those close to 60 years. I believe that there are very few or no programs aimed at that population, or at least the literature doesn't evidence that, and they run the risk of being left aside in this technological transfer. Thank you, Andres. Veronica? Thank you. Thank you also for your questions. I'll begin with a technological change, and after that, I'll move on to the other question. With regards to technological changes, the active policies in the labor market are indeed at the very center. Training policies are the policies that have the real possibility of introducing positive changes during a technological transfer. The good piece of news is that the evidence that we find as from training policies is and compared to other active policies of the labor market are even more effective, and they're also much more effective for young people, at least in Latin America and the Caribbean, perhaps not so much so in Europe, but in Latin America and the Caribbean, they're much more effective for young people. And often these policies faced with technological change are geared to young people, and therefore that is good news. Now, the challenge is that vis-a-vis technological change, we still do not know the specific skills that we need to incorporate in this training so that they may truly help persons to find better jobs. Indeed, most of the training, such as massive learning, natural language processing, and all these things obviously will show positive results, but we all know that most of the population is not seeking employment in that sphere. And if they were looking for jobs in that area, there wouldn't be enough jobs for everyone, and therefore most of the people that will face technological change will do that without working in the fields that will benefit from that technological change. And therefore, what we have to discover are the skills that actually help to increase people's resilience faced with technological change and also faced with environmental change, for example, so that they don't become the losers of that process. And once we are able to identify these skills, well, we will have the tools, the labor market active policies, especially training policies that we may be able to use in order to help people in this sense.
Muchas gracias, Verónica.
Thank you, Veronica. Andrea? Thank you, Rafael, for your question. I fully agree with what Andres and Veronica have just said. I would like to emphasize, with regards to what Veronica said, is that we don't know too much of what is coming, what those future technologies will be, who they will replace or supplement, and therefore we have to think and be flexible and be always open to help to generate the skills that are plastic vis-a-vis what is upcoming and that we are not fully aware of today. Now, in terms of how social policies are provided, I would just like to call attention to the fact that Chile has built an infrastructure enabling it to provide different types of social support in a much more transparent fashion, even for families. We have the household social registry that brings together all the records that the state has about families and people. In Chile, we have the personal ID number, the RUT, that accompanies people throughout their lives for many aspects. They can You travel with that number, you pay your school fees with a number, you receive healthcare using that personal ID number, and then therefore the state is capable of obtaining information from this major record that also enables us to generate rules about what it is that we understand in terms of vulnerability, which is transparent for families. Families are aware how they are faring in that sense. And we also have the structure of Banco Estado, the public bank in Chile, that offers a product called the Root account, which is even open for teenagers. You don't need to have an income to open that type of account, and therefore you have a space where the state is able to enter into a dialogue directly with people. So we have built an infrastructure that in one way or another enables us to provide these social policies in different areas in a way which is much more transparent, open, and which is much less open to patronage. Thank you, Andrea. Rodrigo, finally, I would like to remind you of the question, which is whether there is evidence of how these transfers work and these state policies, given this possible patronage that may be behind this, and whether this can generate a disincentive for the labor market. And the other question has to do with technological transformations and the impact that can have on these policies.
So much. Okay, so based on the limited amount of time, so I'll focus on the second one because Amalia also asked, and I didn't have time in my 10 minutes to talk about it. So I have two different views about the digital transformation. One is more positive, that is how to use digital technologies to improve the policies that we have in place. So one example is the matching between employees, firms, and workers. This is a very important point. A colleague here at UNIDE did a study like in Mozambique, basically looking how digital platforms in Mozambique are improving the matching between workers and firms. So it's a very simple platform that basically the workers go there, they put their CV, and they put the kind of task they know how to do, and the firms can go to the same platform and look for these workers. And they have also two types of platforms in Mozambique, one that focus on more manual jobs, for example, fixing pipes or painting walls, and the other that's more for specialized work. It works some kind of like an Airbnb or rental cars, but for employees. And this is a digital platform. This is expanding to all the African countries. And it seems that can be also very useful in the case of my country, for example. In Brazil, we have an example of a government institution that's called Cine, that works trying to do this intermediation between young youth and firms. And the experience that we have, and also the academic evidence, show that this institution called Cine is not working very well. So maybe digital technologies can improve these policies that we have in Brazil. Just as another example, this vocational training policy that I mentioned to you, the government of these states, because the policy was not working very well, they created another policy that the name is first job, like primer emprego. And this policy aims basically to do also this matching between the students and the firms, and we also are studying this policy, and the preliminary evidence is showing that the policy is also not working very well. So maybe digital technologies can come here and improve this. And then we have the more negative view, that is the Acemoglu view on the power and progress, that we can have a lot of workers displaced by the new technologies. And to that, I would like to add a very important digital transformation that's happening in the world. That's the green transition. This is a topic that's growing at the moment, and it's extremely important to discuss that. Even countries that historically don't have policies to preserve the environment now are being forced by the developed world to do so. A very clear example of that is the CBAM regulation in Europe. So from the end of 2025, all the exports to Europe, if they are not taxed on carbon, they will be taxed in Europe, and Europe will not send the revenues back to those countries. So what I'm saying is basically, if Brazil is exporting aluminium to Europe, and we are not imposing carbon tax on aluminium production in Brazil and collecting these taxes in Brazil, Europe will tax the aluminium from Brazil and will not send the revenues back to Brazil. So the green transition is one type of digital transformation that is happening. So countries are being forced to adapt, and the new jobs will need to be created, and the other workers will also be displaced by this transition. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rodrigo. Muchas gracias, Rodrigo. Y nada, solo
Thank you, Rodrigo. I would like to thank all those of you present online and here. Please fill out the survey that is available online and the QRs here in the room. I want to close this session. Please come back at 12:10 and a heartfelt applause for all panel members. Thank you.
Hola, buenas tardes. Los invito a tomar asiento.
Let us be seated, please.
Hola, muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Muchas gracias por mantenerse, a los que están en línea y a los que están en sala.
Let me welcome those of you who are here in presence and those who are following it online. This is panel number 6, Towards an Index on Social Inequality. We will discuss here a multidimensional measurement of social inequality, and we hope to have a debate on the importance of that concept. This joins everything we've been talking about. And this is a continuity of Professor Muñoz's presentation in the morning. I will now hand over to our Director of Social Development, Mr. Alberto Arenas.
La presentación, por favor.
Bueno, muy buenos días
Good morning.
a todas y todos. Como decía Andrés Espejo,
As Andrés Espejo said,
esta sesión vamos a hablar sobre
as moderator, in this panel number 6, we'll be talking about the debates to go forward towards a multidimensional measurements of social inequality. This is very much connected with the keynote speech of Professor Bourguignon this morning.
bueno, algunos principales mensajes
Main messages
tener, digamos, un rico debate, digamos, con nuestros
that will be food for thought for debate afterwards. Inequality is a historic and structural characteristic of the region. It's not something recent. It is something that has been found in our region for decades. And at ECLAC, we say that inequality is inefficient for different reasons. And it is an obstacle towards inclusive development requiring reduction so as to reach that inclusive social development. Social inequality, as measured only by income, as Professor Bourguignon well said this morning, is probably underestimating its magnitude. In understanding inequality that involves different dimensions requires, in order to reduce that inequality, comprehensive policies that will aid decreasing that, but for that we need multi-dimensional measurement. And this is indeed a challenge on the way towards the second World Summit on Social Development to be held next year at UN headquarters. Inequality is a historic feature of the region in the past. This graph shows precisely this. The region is still the most unequal region in the world as measured by income. Here we see in purple Latin America and the Caribbean. And this is not recent. It starts in 1990 and ECLAC has statistical data as of 1970. Nevertheless, we can see that even though income inequality has reduced, it is still the highest regional inequality in the world. Secondly, as I said, inequality is inefficient. It's an obstacle towards inclusive social development. This inequality has even grown. The Gini coefficient, as you can see in this graph, vis-à-vis 2001, has gone down 15%.
11%.
This has shown insufficient progress with regard to reducing inequality. In other words, clearly, history is not linear, but over the last 20 years, you can calculate, based on the last 20 years, you can calculate where we will be in 2025 in terms of inequality. And if the GDP were to grow by 11%, of course, again, brings us back to one of the low growth trap. So the scenario shows that there has been growth over the last 20 years, as well as a reduction in income inequality based on Gini, but not very encouraging for what may occur over the upcoming years. Now for ECLAC and its 75 years of existence, studying inequality has been key. Different poverty measurements have been carried out and taken since the 70s, as well as inequality measurements. We have comparative analyses of inequality. We provide technical assistance to the countries, and we seek new approaches with regard to how to conceive and measure inequality. Now, in that context, that is moving towards complementary income inequality measurements using different sources of information. We have, for example, household surveys, which tend to underestimate income inequality. That's something quite well known. We also have some data, as you can see on the screen, for Latin American countries, 13, using different sources of information such as population census, administrative records, tax information, national accounts. And one way or another, the effect on the Gini, the combination, each one makes the Gini coefficient rise, and therefore a rise in inequality is measured. Each country, if we do not change the source of information, unfortunately, inequality is higher. So why should we measure social inequality under a multidimensional approach? That's essentially the question we have asked each of our panelists and are asking for this panel. Well, we start with this is our starting point here. We have the social inequality matrix, and in the social development division, we translate this matrix. This document was launched in 2016 at the first steering committee of the Regional Seminar on Social Development in Latin America, and this is where this issue was presented. So what does this document say? Well, it mentions that social inequality, well, there's a variety of different topics that discussed, but essentially it refers to how social inequality is not income reliant only, but it relies on other structural pillars and has different aspects and dimensions that need to be taken into consideration. Now, the social inequality in Latin America is significantly conditioned by the productive structure. If you recall Professor Bourguignon's presentation this morning, he talked about the root causes of inequality and provided some examples. Those structural pillars are reproduced and are entwined over the life cycle. You have the socioeconomic aspects, you have age group, gender, sex, ethnicity, race. Moreover, this social inequality consists of different dimensions, different vertical aspects: income, employment, education, health, and other dimensions. And it's in that context, and that's where we said that social inequality is not just reliant on income. That's challenging to explain. The panel's not here to explain that, but we are addressing how can we move towards a measurement that's not only income reliant. Therefore, it's essential to do that. Again, it's essential to have a multidimensional measurement of social inequality. There are relevant dimensions of well-being that are captured through income. The multidimensional measurement of social inequality begins with a more comprehensive integral vision and addresses determining dimensions of well-being, quality of life, such as education, work, health, social protection, etc. And we've been talking about these issues over the last 3 days. We've had different panels, starting with social stratification on Monday, on Tuesday. On Wednesday, we referred to inequality in health, and we talked about education and inequality, pension systems inequality. This morning, we heard about labor inclusion and inequality, and essentially, the idea was to move towards this multidimensional measurement of social inequality, which is complementary to the traditional income-based approach. You can see here that the multidimensional approach does include the economic dimension, the social dimension with its various subcomponents, as shown on the screen. Now, if we were to focus on some of the issues that we have been discussing, yesterday, for example, we were talking about education. Daniela Truco made a presentation that referred to social inequality beyond income and talked about education and how we have seen changes in that significantly over the last 20 years. There are certain areas of exclusion, though, and 3 out of every 4 students do not have the basic math skills. That's 70%, by the way. And when you compare this to 31%, which is the figure for the OECD countries, so that's quite significant. And you can see these results on the screen. I'm not going to stay here because we talked about that for an entire morning. We have also talked about the historic inequality in labor markets, and we zoomed in on gender in the labor market. And in 2023, the male labor participation rate was, as you can see on the screen, 33%. Well, the 36% for women, 32%. And we see that the blue line refers to the male-female wage gap, and it's higher for younger people than it is for older people. Or it's less, this gap is less for younger people than it is for older generations. Now, there are other variables that could explain this, but you can see that wage gap tends to increase by 4.8% in all the different age groups as shown in orange. Essentially, you could say, let's just use the blue information, and the statistics are explained by other issues, but the gap still exists in each age group. Measuring social inequality with more than just income is essentially an issue that we did not invent. This is the multidimensional inequality study was conducted by Fisher in 1956, and perhaps someone even before that, and apologies if so. Now, this essentially means that we have been talking about this for 70 years, practically the entire existence of ECLAC, and Fisher talked about this matrix of multidimensional distribution. Now, based on that work, there have been other studies, at least 20 by us and many more out there, In fact, a few months ago, there was another publication referring to multidimensional aspects of social inequality, and there continues to be progress along these lines. International organizations and aid agencies have made progress with regard to propositions to approach or measure this. For example, the UNDP with their Human Development Index is one of the most well-known ones, and the second one is the Oxfam indicator with its multi-dimensional an inequality framework, and then ECLAC has various approaches as well related to multiple deprivation, poverty, the redistributive effect of social spending, etc. So there has been progress with regard to this complementary measurement. It uses the UNDP and the OPHI global measurement as a reference. In Latin America, 10 out of 18 countries use this. They're not comparable. So there needs to be progress. There are some measurements prior to that that were published under the Latin American Social Outlook in 2013 and 2014. And at present, there is quite an exhaustive review of the information available under household surveys to identify deprivations. And is it possible, thus, to make progress with regard to this exercise in measuring social inequality? This is something that has been carried out for many years. So can we continue to do this? Can we expand this? This is one of the issues that we are here to discuss today. Now, the multi-dimensional inequality framework, the Oxfam one, is focused on the Amartya Sen capacity approach, and it centers on measuring individuals' quality of life, and it's different because it takes into consideration other aspects: life, health, personal security, legal security, and other areas you can see on the screen. In other words, there are efforts underway and that have been carried out to show that you shouldn't just use the Gini coefficient to measure inequality, because that's basically measuring income inequality. And the most recent instrument, we would like to have a most recent instrument that will allow us to understand the various well-being aspects of individuals that are not solely related to income. ECLAC, for example, the UNDP, and ECLAC has also carried out some interesting exercise that were published in the 2017 Social Outlook, and these, to a certain extent, show how public spending in the region reduces inequality. So inequality as a curve improves, and the reduction is slight, by the way, when compared to the Gini coefficient. Still, social policy continues to play a role in a way to tackle inequality, and it's an equalizing effect, one could say. Now, ECLAC has also published documents on the redistributive effect of social and fiscal policies. This is an exercise that was carried out several years ago here at ECLAC. Essentially, it says the following. Look at the graph, and you can see the different Gini coefficients for Latin America as 17 countries, and it's compared to the OECD countries, and then 15 countries from the European Union. You see that Latin America, and this is again for market income before transfers, before taxes. In Latin America, it was 0.51. The OECD had 0.47, and the European Union, the 15 countries, had 0.49. Now, what happens after social policy is applied and transfers are applied? What happens after taxes are applied? In the OECD countries, in the European Union 15 countries, we see that these play a significant role in reducing income inequality. And you see where the Gini coefficient goes down to 0.30, from 0.47 to 0.49 to 0.30. That's quite significant. But what happens in Latin America? Well, we started with the 0.51 Gini coefficient, and it only drops to 0.47. but it's significantly higher, that is, the drop in the other two markets. So fiscal policy, social policy, tax policy, these help boost equality in the region, but there's significant work still to be done there. Okay, I had 20 minutes, I have 5 left, and let me refer to some final reflections here, just to provide you with some food for thought for our debate. Now, if we have a debate relative to making progress in this multidimensional measurement, well, I already said this, in the study, there's great we know that for over 75 years, ECLAC has been studying inequality, and that, again, this is historical and structural. This is not something that has been in existence for 5 years, 30, 40 years, and Latin America is the most unequal region. So there's something here that makes that prevents major reductions, not slight reductions.
And despite the progress made in the region, there is still in the region high levels of inequality measured in terms of incomes, and this conspires against social inclusive development. That, as you well know, is a substantive dimension in order to advance towards sustainable development. And in that sense, certainly, this hinders the eradication of poverty to make progress in productivity, economic growth, social labor inclusion, the exercise of rights, and also of governance. And that is why we say that inequality is inefficient in various dimensions, and that inequality, well, given that it's a multidimensional phenomenon, this is not only explained simply as a result of income. That social inequality has different dimensions and therefore requires a multidimensional measurement. This seems logical in an equation. If inequality has different dimensions, it should have indicators that should include those different dimensions in order to measure them. If inequality had only one single dimension, one could understand that one could have an indicator explaining just a single dimension. And this would, among other factors, enable the measurement of well-being that is not captured via income. This doesn't mean that incomes do not partly explain well-being or a large part of well-being. We are saying that part of that well-being that is not being explained as a result of income, and therefore it is very important to make headway with this multidimensional measurement of social inequality. And that's multidimensional measurement of social inequality should enable us to identify areas where we have made progress. Because basically this is not only a statistical type of exercise. Basically what we want is to reduce inequality. And if we want to reduce inequality, indeed, what we want to know is which policies that have been implemented, for example, within the framework of social protection, are the most effective ones. And therefore, the most effective ones and important ones are the ones that require a social investment and allocation of a more efficient allocation of resources. A measurement of a multidimensional measurement of social inequality will probably require the investment in new databases, investment in new surveys also, in household surveys with new modules that at the end of the day enable us to standardize information so that we can compare this in the region. And certainly this multidimensional measurement of social inequality is for us an absolutely necessary and fundamental debate on the road towards the second World Summit on Social Development that will be held in 2025. And that will be held by the UN. As a region in Latin America and the Caribbean, and basically we're at the top, we're ranked at top in terms of inequality. If there is an issue that we want to share with the world during the second World Summit for Social Development, is indeed social inequality, because we will be able to talk about inequality because we have knowledge of that. And the knowledge is, and the challenge is not only to talk about income inequality, but for us to talk about social inequality with all its different aspects, with all its spheres of social development, and hopefully with a multidimensional indicator of social inequality that will enable us to guide social policies aimed at reducing poverty in the region. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Alberto, por tu interesante y muy buena presentación. Y ahora, como dice el título de este panel, la idea es armar un debate. Y para eso hemos tenido y tenemos acá en sala a 4 grandes académicos que nos van a ayudar a intentar abrir esta concepción, este debate, este inicio de trabajo que estamos haciendo desde la CEPAL, a poder intentar comprender y analizar la pertinencia de tener un tipo de medida de desigualdad multidimensional. Para no ser desigual con los tiempos, les vamos a entregar entre 10 y 15 minutos a cada uno. Y vamos a comenzar con la profesora Emma Santos, que ella es profesora adjunta de la Universidad Nacional del Sur de la Argentina. Emma, adelante.
Bueno, muchas gracias. Es un honor para mí estar acá. Agradezco a Alberto, a Andrés por la invitación. Realmente he disfrutado mucho estos días de escuchar las ponencias de todos y he aprendido mucho. Bueno, no tengo que motivar. Lo que nos convoca en esta sesión es
What convenes us in this session is that ECLAC.
So what we're going to focus on in this presentation is what measurement alternatives do we have available, what are the possibilities and challenges, and I would like to underscore that what I am presenting here is to a large extent the result of a joint review with my colleague Mansas of Leeds University. The starting point for me is a matrix for the distribution of achievements where each row is a person and each column is a dimension. So a first approach that Professor François Durbignon referred or was in favor of is the dashboard approach, which is to observe a whole set of indicators. SDGs are a dashboard, and the multidimensional framework of inequality of Oxfam, SOAS, and LSE has a conceptual, is very solid in conceptual terms and proposes the use of a dashboard. There we find the matrix and we highlight the columns there. I couldn't have a better graphical image, but the point is that in the dashboard the columns can come from various data sources. In other words, they are vectors that come from different places. Now, this dashboard has 7 dimensions, and within them there are 5 to 7 subdimensions, and within each subdimension there are several indicators, and this becomes a dashboard with literally hundreds of indicators. And to provide you some examples, such as those born live per gender and up until the proportion of people that had contact with at least one public official and that paid a bribe. It is so wide and varied, this dashboard, and therefore all the measures are valuable, valid, and respectable, but it becomes somewhat unmanageable. Now, on top of this approach, we call the disjointed macro approach, which is to bring indicators from different places. It has an advantage because you are able to combine different indicators, and it also enables to view inequalities within indicators, but it does not allow us to observe the joint distribution of achievements. It doesn't allow us to have a summary number, which Stiglitz and Sens and Fouti mentioned the powerful attractive of having a single figure that enables simple comparisons of performance. And we don't know how trends between dimensions differ, something that Professor Bourignon mentioned as something favorable. And therefore, did inequality increase or diminish? What is the final conclusion? A further approach is to try to deal with an aggregate index and making an analogy. Many of these multidimensional indices of inequality were proposed as natural extensions, or perhaps not so natural, as extensions of the approach to measure a single unidimensional indicators, and this can be expressed in this sense as a function of well-being, which is estimated based on this matrix of achievements, based with that same function estimated using a matrix where each person received an average achievement, and that W is normally a function, a generalized measurement or a Gini, and most measures can be expressed in this manner. Now, within the approach of an aggregate index, there are 2 rows. One which adds rows, in other words, for each person adds the achievements in the different dimensions, and then makes an aggregation between peoples, or the other way around. First of all, the column, in other words, within one same dimension, a well-being measure or inequality measure is taken among the people in that dimension and then within and then between dimensions. Now, the first approach, and we'll say this the other way around, the first column has its advantages. So one of the most simple measures is the one of Foster, Lopez Calva, and Sekeli, which is called a generalized media of generalized medians. In other words, it applies a generalized medium, which is a sort of average raised to a power of alpha, and with this function, which is the constant elasticity, what we do is to penalize. We attach a greater weighting to the lowest achievements. In other words, it takes inequality within one same dimension between peoples and then adds, using that same function and using that same parameter between people. Now, when we use this mathematical scheme, we say that it is independent of the path. It works by working, first of all, with columns or rows in the same manner. And if we have three people in three dimensions, this is an example, and that is the X achievement matrix, and then we have the other achievement matrix. And if everyone was to establish an average of achievements in the same dimension using that formula, we would have an inequality of 0.19 if we would be taking the geometric median, for example, of person one in all dimensions, and then the geometric median of geometric medians. Now, when we implement this measure is sensitive to inequality within each dimension. For example, if you look at the matrix which is below, there are some progressive transfers. If person 4 transferred 1 unit of his or her achievement in dimension 1 to person 1, 0.5 to person 1, but in dimension 2, and 0.5 in dimension 3. In other words, it became much more equal, and that is reflected in the sense that in this index that inequality drops from 0.19 to 0.14. But if we had a different type of transfer related to how the achievements of each person are associated, and if there were transfers so that person 4 could obtain the maximum of achievements in all dimensions, followed by person 3, that would have 8, 8, 6, followed by person 2, and then by person 1. In other words, there is a one factor prevails over the other. The median changes. And why does it change? Well, precisely because these are independent paths. It does the same if we add first rows and then columns, or vice versa. Now, this type of index is called the macro aggregate index, and the macro aggregation approach that can come from different sources, first columns and then rows. It is sensitive to inequality within each dimension, but it is not sensitive to the inequality that comes from the association between dimensions. And this is something that Francois Bourguignon and Tony Atkinson have mentioned since 1982. The following step is index that aggregate first rows and then columns, and there we have several, but I'll take one that builds upon Foster and Sekeli, which is where the trick is that it uses different parameters. A different parameter when we add the achievements between the different dimensions for each person, and then when we add these generalized medians between persons, and therefore, depending on how those two values are related, the alpha and beta, those two parameters, we can arrive at a measure which is sensitive to the association between dimensions. In the example that I placed, remember that beforehand it gave us the same inequality here, that this inequality increases. We could make it drop if we consider, as Francois Bourguignon said this morning, that dimensions are supplementary and not don't substitute each other. And this is a methodological assumption that should be verified empirically. Now, in that sense, there is an advantage because these indices enable us to capture that greater association between dimensions, that a person having everything, so to speak. So it has that advantage. The disadvantage is that it requires that all dimensions come from the same data source. And there is a third approach, which is the two-stage approach, which was launched by Masumi in 1986, and 2 weeks ago, literally, Foster and Lokshin take this idea on board, but they present it in a simplified manner and also with better properties, I would say. First of all, they reduce let's see, they reduce the aggregation of people in the different dimensions so that they can arrive at a summary measurement. But they suggest that it's linear, and they show the advantages of this being linear. In other words, a simple average, and then calculate a Gini. This becomes something very simple that reduces the multi-dimensional nature of this. And in that case, and here we find an example, we take the average of the achievements and then the Gini of those averages. And what is interesting and counter to what could think, these measure not only captures inequality within each dimension, but it may also be sensitive to association between dimensions.
Recapitulando, so, wrapping up, what do we have? We have the possibility of aggregate indices. We have this tension if we need the data coming from the same source as it is for them to be sensitive for this association, they need to come from the same source. But something that characterizes all the indices is that the variables need to be cardinal as the income. So the distance between values will have a cardinal sense as it is income or years of education or the index of body weight. But this restricts the repertoire of variables used typically in multidimensional indices. And what's not good to do is to cardinalize that which is ordinal, because that mathematically would not work out. It's not technically robust. So, although there are developments for measuring inequality with ordinal variables, it is another world, it is another technique, and other things are the ones that are used. And there's no available technology to integrate in one same index these ordinal and cardinal variables, as it is the case for poverty. For example, what we have in poverty is the threshold that dichotomizes population in poor and non-poor. That in inequality we don't have. We need a distribution. So also there are some additional complexities, and one of them is the analysis unit. And this is not a minor thing. Income is relatively easy because either you take the family per capita income or per equivalent adult. And also there can be, but what to do with strictly individual variables, for example, education achievement, completion, employment, PISA performance, all these variables apply to certain populational groups and not others. One single index, multidimensional for the whole population, how to do it? Of course, this calls for thought. I don't have the answers for all of this. What I like to take from James Foster is that any multidimensional index of inequality needs to be understandable, easy to write, be adjusted to common sense, to the purpose for which it's being developed. It has to be technically robust, and it has to meet certain basic properties of inequality measurement. So, what to do? I don't have solutions for anything, but some suggestions. One, to have a parsimonious approach. We cannot explain all multidimensional inequality. Secondly, depending on the available technology, I would use or choose cardinal variables that are witnesses of inequalities of the region. We have a tension between variables, and they need to come from the same data source. And with the applicability of indicators, it's a major issue, and maybe you would need to sectorize the index by age groups. There's a lot to be done, still a lot to be accomplished, but highly stimulating. Thank you very much. Thank you, Emma, for your very good presentation. And now we give the floor to Veronica Amarante. She's director of the Institute of Economy of the República University of Uruguay, former colleague of ECLAC in Uruguay and here. Veronica, you have 15 minutes. Well, thank you. First and foremost, thanks to the organizers of this conference. Truth is that it's always a pleasure to come to ECLAC, and congratulations because the discussion has been excellent, very complimentary, different panels, and also, as Mariana said, we are learning very much from this discussion. The idea I had when seeing the motivation is to try to see what are the possible roads for an institution like ECLAC that has certain objectives in order to discuss inequality that has been done for several decades, but having a multidimensional view. Why focus in inequality? Because it was said several times, and because for an ethical and social justice, that is the breach of principles of equal dignity, but also because of arguments that are raised because of tensions or conflicts it may generate, and therefore untoward effects of social integration because of adverse effects from the economic standpoint, does not allow all people to really develop potentials, their capacities, and therefore that has uh, mm, and because of more political considerations as to adverse effects of the excessive concentration of resources in certain groups of the population that can end up by eroding the operation of democratic societies. Why go beyond income? Uh, that has been discussed for quite a while. Let's start from the approach of capacities and operation of CN, and considering well-being as intrinsically multidimensional. If you focus on inequality and of income, it is a good indicator, a necessary one. It is the basis, yes. The all the discussion is supplementary, not to lose sight of income inequality discussion. It needs to be better measured and have the high income well captured with all the areas where there's still a lot to be done to have measurement of wealth and not income only. For ECLAC also, there are strategic reasons. The position of ECLAC on inequality and also the absence of, or the dimensions in Latin America that Alberto Arena explained, and challenges of the whole region as to inequality. But also there is a space because there is no multidimensional view in the region. And also consistency with a step that is being given by ECLAC very soon of having the multidimensional poverty index beyond exercises like fundamental indicators for the region. It would be a good complement and giving a lot of consistency to the position of the region. What are the possibilities for measuring inequality in multiple dimensions? And I'm thinking multiple dimensioned inequality, which is separated from the multidimensional inequality through a single index. There are two options and where a decision should be made. One is this idea of having different indices of inequality for several dimensions. I think also that that has a lot of advantages for an institution like ECLAC. It allows to understand in a detailed manner inequality in different dimensions. It facilitates the identification of specific areas of greater inequality. Of course, there is a problem if you see an evolution in one indicator in one direction and the other one in a different direction, then what happened in that economy? Is it more unequal? Is it more equal? Each indicator has an intuitive interpretation. It's easy to not only to a more academic sector, and it can be based in different data sources. This is important because multidimensional single indicators have the restriction of what is the database available in Latin America for constant ongoing monitoring of that indicator. We had the presentation of inequality of Daniela Truco, a clear example of one indicator in education as a result of PISA tests. There is an important space there to see what are the dimensions, indicators, data sources, where the region may have consistent measurements for the longest time possible in time. The alternative of multidimensional inequality index, that is to have one single index, well, the great advantage of that is that captures inequality considering the joint distribution of the multiple dimensions. What happens to one same individual, one same population group in all the different dimensions? That cannot be done combining different unidimensional indicators. You can see the interrelationship among different dimensions. It is a synthetical measurement. We would not be speaking about an amount of indicators, but one single specific one after decisions are made on how to define that indicator. It's much more challenging to calculate and interpret results. Maria was presenting technically all the difficulties and decisions to be made. I will take them in a more intuitive manner because I cannot have the technical regulation, rigor she had. And all dimensions need to be included in one single data source for calculation. That is the decision to be made so as to think where we are heading to. The dashboard, examples of dashboards or multidimensional, that of Oxford and is London School of Economics and SOAS, University of London. It is a framework for multidimensional inequality, the dashboard with 186 indicators. There's vertical inequality, horizontal inequality, disaggregation by population groups, geographical disaggregation, incorporating objective and subjective variables, something very interesting. There are measurements based on subjective inequality variables, and that is a contribution. In that large amount of indicators, there are many that are not conventional ones of inequality. For example, percentage of population that's not that we would conceive as a traditional inequality indicator, but rather are some of predation. So there is a great expansion in this regulatory framework. And there is broadness of suggestions and indicators in all those dimensions. Another example is the framework of the EU for monitoring multidimensional inequality. They have a proposal of 346 indicators in 10 dimensions measuring 27 countries. This is a concrete example of achievements in a dashboard of indicators. Also, there are vertical inequality approaches, horizontal inequality, opportunity, equality of opportunities, capacities, mobility, intergenerational, practical standards, and discriminatory attitudes. And what they do is provide a ranking of countries, stress and calm areas. This is what you find in the dashboard. In the rows, you have the countries, and in the columns, indicators. 386. In order to present a synthesis, they choose a set of indicators. 16, all of them are ratios of men and women achievements. And so countries are organized or ranked depending on who has less inequality rates. And the first one is Luxembourg, and the indicators are those that showing more inequality to those showing less, and those the red are where you have inequality levels. The first column of indicators is the ratio of tertiary education men and women, and the last one is employment. So you have gender equality in education in most of the countries, but when this is translated into employment indicator, there are areas of concern in many countries. That's an example of what can be obtained. As I said, in this case, there are many, many indicators with that potential. So also, weighted averages of inequalities can be made, but that has a series of other problems. But this is a tool to provide a broad view in relation to the dimensions that go beyond income. There is a Stiglitz sentence in 2009. He said the problems of heterogeneity in having so many eclectic indicators without having a true rank of what are the main indicators, where do I need to focus on? And very often those indicators do not have a regulatory conceptual basis when introducing them. There's a major mix. So there are aspects of design that can be improved when you start thinking about it. And also they do not consider the joint distribution of variables. So they are sort of independent to the dimensions we are considering. Multidimensional inequality indices. Mariana clearly explained some of the indicators, basically the calculation, or there are different indices coming from a long time back. That is, there's work on those indices. There are two steps. First, the different dimensions are added, or by columns or rows, and then you calculate a synthetical measure of inequality and an Atkinson index, entropy or Gini, but there are several aspects. First, to choose the dimensions, then standardized variables, what weight is assigned to each variable, how or what's the role added by the index of those variables, what are the parameters of inequality aversion or substitution among dimensions. All of that involves, it is a multidimensional index that are many, because if I change the parameter, it's another one and another one. So I think it's important to convey that it is an ongoing investigation area. It's not the poverty index that is consolidated, a tool with a space and where it is very clear based on the proposal of Alcari Foster, which is the one most used.
There is a formula that is accepted. This work from April has been published by the World Bank a few months ago. That's what probably Alberto talked about. It's still a working paper, but I think that it is going to move the discussion on multi-dimensional indicators. It's a different proposal with advantages over others. What's important is that there is an open research agenda. Another area looks at the definition of this substitution elasticity. They are now defined as one for all dimensions, but it can be defined for par. So there's a technical issue, and there we have the work of many economists and mathematicians who are working on this. There are a few studies on multidimensional inequality in literature. Perhaps because of the technical complexity, or perhaps because of little demand of policymakers. But usually they find the same weight in dimensions. And they also bring in feasible parameters to that effect. Often there are ambiguities in some of the chosen indicators. So an analysis is needed on what that determines the understanding of the indicator with different parameters opens up another field of research. Limitations, we already talked about it, cardinal variables, having a single database. In Latin America, these would be household surveys, and I think that there's also the DHS, but some are more limited, and this could somehow be used. It could be an alternative. Aside from that, well, if we have these databases, we could include education, housing, and perhaps income, because income could be another dimension. It's another option to include it or not. I think that for the definition of a non-unidimensional indicator, as for a set of indicators for a dashboard, we would have to have a theoretical discussion on what we want. It doesn't have to be the single option. It should be part of a concept that may limit us later on. This is an example. This measures multi-dimensional inequality, and we see how the outcome is submitted. In the columns, we have the different estimations according to a certain parameter of inequality. And then for every year, there are different parameters of substitution. On the last panel, we see the variation of the indicator. With a parameter of substitution in the dimensions, we see that the difference is not significant. In 2008 and 17, there was no variation, but with the other parameters, depending on what it is like, it is still not significant. This is to understand the indicators. Now, there's another focus that is used by ECLAC. ECLAC analyzes these inequalities per group, but we know that there are parallel between groups. This framework also allows for a multi-dimensional inequality. There are some relevant ones that are analyzed for certain groups, and quite clearly, ECLAC does this work looking at gender, ethnicity, territory. So this is a way of looking at the matrix of social inequality. There are different implications. Rather than thinking of distribution, it talks about exclusion. So in closing, perhaps we would have to think about the objective behind ECLAC. Are there different strategies for different goals? If we're talking about monitoring and incidents, perhaps a set of indicators of univariate inequalities in key dimensions and construction based on regulatory criteria that could position the region well. And that's not covered right now in the format. As a research agenda, the construction of multi-dimensional indicators is very interesting. But I see that there are complexities, just as we got poverty outside of the scheme it was in. Here, we know that there are many restrictions and there are complexities involved, and also of transmission and comprehension of variables. That doesn't mean that we cannot have research made on this. There's a new Foster proposal that opens a new way to go about this, but we must set the difference. And last, a framework that is more systematic for horizontal inequalities. So one way to go we would have an multi-dimensional uh, dimension in the indicator. So we could have a reduced set of indicators to act like to allow for monitoring, but a research agenda with the multi-dimensional indicators is open, and I think that would be very good for ECLAC to go along that road. Thank you for your very interesting presentation. And let me bring in warning. At ECLAC, we have a portal that is entitled Inequalities. It's like a dashboard with different dimensions of social inequality, and there we see a list of indicators. So that would be interesting. Now, we hand over to Mr. David Bravo. He's the director of the Catholic University Center for Longitudinal Studies. You have 15 minutes, David. Thank you. Thank you, Andre, for the invitation to be here. These have been very interesting presentations, and I actually lost the one by the professor early in the morning, but I was here for all the other very interesting presentations. Now, first reactions to the proposal. We all say the same, multidimensional, that's excellent, so needed, but what we measure is what we do policies on. So all of the complexities that may be implicit have a certain cost if we do not address them or if we take too long. And we're talking about everything we just don't do. If we don't have a way of looking at the multidimensional aspects, then we will be wasting time. There are things that we should do in terms of policies that we don't do because of that. For example, here in Chile, during the pandemic, we talked about mental health. We were more aware of that. But we don't have measurement for public or in mental health data. We don't have that, or we don't have formal data. So, but then after the pandemic, we started making decisions on measuring that. There are people with depressions and other kind of pathologies. So decisions had to be made. But the worst thing is not to measure that. We also started measuring loneliness. And there are indicators that work well, summarized indicators that can meet certain criteria, as we heard here. Cardinal aspects. We must look at them one by one. And I return to the mental health example. We hear a lot about mental health. But what do we do about it? There's no ground for that indicator. We do know the tremendous gender gaps, but we also know what is the population that has the symptoms for mental health problems, but haven't any support and have not gone to any doctor. So what is the mental health doing about it? That's just one indicator. We're talking about one as amongst many others in the dashboard. It's very important to have these indicators. Let's go to the dashboard of indicators. That has to do with policies. We identify gaps. I'm not just talking about inequality. I'm also talking about the best indicator. What is the share of individuals that is right now facing these health problems? So I do think it's very important to pose these challenges. The natural way to go about this would be to think that this discussion will take 10, 15 years. Now, what is the alternative cost for policies and for people? It's gigantic because the same discussion was posed when we talked about the multidimensional poverty, and it took a long time to address that. And we're still discussing it, at least here in Chile, on we're measuring because we're measuring this in general terms. So what else must we include in terms of poverty? So it could take a full generation to come to an indicator, but we will be wasting a lot of time. We're losing time. At ECLAC, this is very important. ECLAC may be a pioneer here, and the other way around, it could also keep the discussion in-house. Where is the discussion taking place, where there are big discussions and where we have data. If this initiative that was described is put forward, and if we do conduct this discussion, and if we use ECLAC's capabilities, and by the way, this should be mentioned.
ECLAC is related, linked to each country in the region, and what ECLAC says is influential. ECLAC issues recommendations, it has technical connections, it's well versed in the various instruments and information systems, it's familiar with the regional administrative data systems, etc. So it would seem as though ECLAC would be the appropriate institution for taking on this challenge, and with a certain degree of humbleness. And how would that be addressed if it were done from here? Perhaps ECLAC has the opportunity to provide resources, because this will call for data. And of course, this involves relatively robust measurements, measurements of individuals or households, so that this could actually be used for a rigorous study. We would like to have this be carried out here in Latin America, for Latin America. So let's make that court, if you will, available. Let's conduct the analysis here. Let's do what we can with the data that we may gather here. For now, we will always be able to take a broken down approach, correct? A disaggregated approach. We'll and look into different dimensions until we can, with information that we generate and the theoretical approaches, reach an agreement as to where we're headed and what can be aggregated, what cannot be. But I feel as though this is urgent, given what we are not doing. So why do we want indicators? Well, this set of indicators, I'm not going to just center on inequality, because if we're measuring wealth, well-being, quality of life, these aspects also provide us with an idea as to what else we need to look at. So essentially, we would be channeling the policy towards that direction. So I think those aspects are important. I also think it's essential to invest in gathering, data gathering. And this initiative, like all of the things that I think work well, as far as the design and theoretical discussions relative to what can be done, need to go hand in hand with the implementation decisions, because these decisions, in the end, are related to indicators, correct? And this is nothing that a group of experts who tend to do this couldn't come up with the first version. And if you have the first version, you can have a second version. And I think that would provide us with some results to show, and as such, data for analysis. If we have different indicators, we would be able to better understand inequality. Let me mention something else. I'm looking at this from a public policy perspective. If I'm interested in inequality, right, the measurement, that's important. But there's something that is also quite alarming, and this is related to something we already know, and I'm referring to what is intrinsic to human capital, the characteristics of human capital. Several countries have already gathered this information. In Chile, for example, we conducted the early childhood longitudinal survey and essentially shows the following. Upon birth in Chile, there are no differences if we look at this from the 20th percentile of high income versus, and then the 20th percentage of lower income, etc. There aren't many differences. When that's what you, as far as what you can measure at birth. Now, at 10 months of age, we were able to measure something relative to development. Let me get to the end of the story. If we take measurements at age 18, in terms of the inequality differences, it's 1.4 standard deviations that we would have at age 18 when finishing secondary education. There are 1.4 standard deviations of difference in terms of socioeconomic groups. In your fourth level of secondary education, it's 1.2 in terms of the standard deviation. Now, at 10 months, the information is 0.2 standard deviations. At 3 years, it's 0.4 standard deviations. So you can already start to see the differences because the children are already immersed in their own context, their family context. And right before 6 years before entering school, it's 1.4, which is practically the same that you have when they finish secondary school. In terms of public policy, it would seem as though there's one type of inequality. And if I want to have an impact on inequality in the long term, I need to address it between age 6 and between age 0 to 6 or 0 to 5. And we still have to have policies beyond that age, but they will be less productive. So let me go back to this question. Why do we want to have indicators? Well, because I would like to know what types of inequalities we have to draft policy, but I really want to know about inequality in 20 years from now. I need to know that I will have to be really acting or applying the policy to 0 to 5 years and have a significant measurement that's truly focused on early childhood. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, David.
Thank you, David. And in order to wrap up this panel, I will give the floor to Rafael Carranza, who is an assistant professor from the School of Government at the Catholic University. Go ahead, Rafael. Thank you for the invitation, Alberto, to ECLAC. It's a privilege to have the time and space to talk about these aspects. So thank you to the previous panelists. They have referred to many of the aspects that I was going to refer to. And I think we agree on the importance of having a multidimensional indicator, and we also agree on how complex it is to draw up an indicator such as this one. I think it's important to underscore this is an ongoing discussion. We're not going to reach conclusions or a final outcome today. This is, again, similar to the evolution of the multidimensional poverty indicator. Now, what can we expect from a multidimensional indicator? What do we want from that? What would be our final destination? Now, I think there are three guiding questions that can allow us to answer that. So why is income insufficient? Why is that not enough? This is in part related to the different dimensions we want to study, and that's also related to the data we have available to study this. And then the second point is that Veronica and Emma talked about how we are interested in the joint distribution and the interaction between the various aspects. And I think that's one of the key benefits of multi-dimensional indicator. And what do we expect from an indicator such as this one? You want it to behave a certain way, and for example, if we want to assess intersectoral aspects, how are we going to break that down? So essentially, my remarks refer to those 3 points, but allow me to emphasize that when you're addressing an indicator such as this one, you need to understand what your objective is. And this is relevant for public policy, correct? That's why we're doing this. So the indicator needs to meet 2 targets. One, it needs to be very simple, easy to use, easy to explain, easy to convey, as Emma said. And secondly, it needs to allow us to make decisions based on the outcomes. We have to have an indicator that will allow us to make policy decisions. If not, it's not that useful. And allow me to add something else based on the previous discussions. We need to be able to conduct this measurement with a certain degree of frequency. You know, you have the dashboards. It's a great deal of effort, and you have a dashboard in the end that is quickly outdated in terms of information. The professor this morning referred to that. There's one dashboard that was just now updated for the first time in 10 years. So we want something simple, easy to use, easy to communicate, but that's relevant at the same time. Now, this is challenging. I'm asking for something that's simple yet informative. And perhaps that is why that well, I wrote down 40 years of literature, but if we start with Fisher, it's actually 70 years. So perhaps that's why we have not been able to draw up an indicator that meets all of our needs, because these are very difficult to use and very difficult to explain, and maybe not so relevant for public policy. So let's start with the first question. Why do I think income is insufficient? You've talked about a lot about that in economics. When we talk about what we want to study, what we want to address, we talk about well-being. Above and beyond how this is defined in economics, often, and we go from well-being to income, because income is an approach. It's an approach to understanding well-being. There are many steps in between, and of course, it's very complex, measuring welfare, well-being. There are other dimensions that go beyond economics, consumption, wealth, perceptions. Perceptions are extremely important if we want to understand this concept of well-being. And if you look at the literature, you will see that most of the methodologies provide you with a diagnostic approach. And the individuals conducting defining the public policy are in charge of other aspects. And then there's an Oxfam study as well, city study. There's a total of 186 indicators, in fact, out there. The European Union as well has conducted many efforts and has many indicators, and all this shows that we're assuming that there's data availability. These are contexts where data availability is not a restriction, but that's not the case in Latin America. We know that information here is limited. and Mauricio Rosas, Ignacio Flores, and I did a study on wealth in Latin America, and we assessed all the different Latin American Caribbean countries, and we only found 4 or 5 that had enough information that would allow us to do something substantial with regard to wealth inequality. And that's just one measurement. If we were to add multiple dimensions, the issue would be exponential. And I'm not saying this in order to discourage you, but what I'm saying is that this is a challenge. Gathering information is challenging. And that's in part what David said. This is a process, a long-term process. We have to define what we're interested in and what we would like to measure and then gather the information to that end. So this is an invitation to all of you to think about the efforts related to the data. Some data already exist, some do not. There's administrative data, for example. And I also agree with what has been previously mentioned in that the past of the multidimensional poverty index is a good reference. It's a benchmark. It's applied in more than 100 countries today. And also it's a very flexible indicator. For example, sub-Saharan Africa, they refer to food fuel, but in Chile it's a different indicator. So it's important to think of something that could be flexible, that's relevant from an economic perspective and from a public policy perspective as well. It's easier to communicate, it's more valid for the population, and it's more relevant to start with that as a starting point.
In fact, we have seen how if we want to have a multidimensional poverty measure, we obtain data for that purpose, and sometimes the exercise is the other way around. I would like to measure this, and therefore we'll try to measure what matters and not to make what we can measure important, and therefore a decision about the dimensions, well, they could be the inequalities that matter to us because they seem to be unfair, and this is related to what Professor Bourguignon said about unequal opportunities. Some are unfair from an ethical viewpoint, but it could also be because it has a negative impact upon the things that matter to us. What you said in the sense that inequality is inefficient, we're concerned with inequality because it has an impact upon social cohesion, growth, and other aspects. The second point that I would like to mention has to do with this multidimensional approach. Why is it that we want to study multiple dimensions as a whole and not only different variables? Well, this has to do with joint interaction of them. We want to know how they interact, and especially we're interested in the accumulation of advantages or disadvantages, and that is why we want to study that joint distribution. It's not the same if you're in a position of poverty, if you can gain access to good education and to good public health. It's important to know how these things are accumulated, and it's important for us to have an index. If we have, for example, 50 persons in vulnerable positions in the various dimensions, that measures greater inequality beyond its definition. So it's important to take that consideration in mind. I had a lot to add about people and dimensions, but we've already discussed that at length. What is important, therefore, if one wishes to promote the idea of a multidimensional measurement, what is important is the interactions, how they interact if we have people that are vulnerable in many aspects or disadvantaged in many versus little. Well, the understanding of that accumulation would be relevant. And again, the challenge of data comes forth. The measurement of this implies measuring for the same person or for the same household all the different dimensions. And again, that is a major challenge. There are solutions as from administrative records and surveys, but undoubtedly that is a challenge that we have to consider. Now, being optimistic, there are already certain tools that can be used. The various disciplines already study or make a multidimensional analysis, horizontal inequalities, for example, but the same analysis of social stratification, the analysis between incomes, classes, and so on. That's a bidimensional socioeconomic determinants of health. How health is distributed as income grows is also relevant in that sense. And the same study on taxation incidence, how taxes are distributed throughout the income process, are multidimensional analyses that already exist. They are tools that we can already begin to use. And the last point that I would like to mention refers to what it is that we expect from this indicator. What do we wish from this? What do we hope? Well, why do we want an indicator of this nature? Again, the idea is for it to be simple and useful for public policies. And in that sense, and beyond how this is measured, one would want something that can be disaggregated between groups. It's not the same, for example, when one studies income inequality, whether the inequality is primarily or exclusively the result of gender differences, or whether the differences are within those groups and ethnic or racial, territorial differences, or how the life cycle plays a role. The difference in inequality is within generation and between generations when it comes to wealth, and that becomes an increasingly relevant aspect. In that sense, what one wants at the end of the day is something that is relatively simple to measure and that can be disaggregated so that we can understand where these inequalities come from and therefore how to act upon them. Now, despite the fact that the challenge is indeed complex, what was shown was how complex it was to have an index that could include all these properties at the same time. Maybe it's even impossible to do that. There are ways to start with. The dashboards, for example, will give us an idea of the multiple dimensions that one can observe. On the other hand, bidimensional analyses already show us how certain dimensions interact. Group analysis, horizontal inequality already enables us to think about differences between groups and not only as a whole. And these are the things that have to be taken into consideration. And some points that I jotted down based on what was discussed. Well, probably in the midterm, the solution will be a combination of all this. A dashboard, as Veronica said, that includes multidimensional measures, but also other measures that we believe are relevant. As David said, the idea is not to abandon the effort in order to obtain another information, but rather to think what information is available, what we will want, and what the challenges are in terms of data. There are also other ways of working with multidimensional variables. For example, if one is interested in organizing countries, in ranking countries, one would think of groups of countries where none are better than the other in all the dimensions. One would think of ranking countries instead of doing that. Another point that mentioned by Veronica is that these multidimensional inequality indices are very sensitive to the parameters that one defines and end up by having very important ranges. Recently, Chico Ferreira, Honora Luxic, and other authors talked about the trajectory of inequality in Latin America over the last 30 years. And even thinking about one single dimension, well, incomes is very difficult to be consistent in that we have different ways of establishing equivalences, of defining income and so on. And what they suggested was not to talk about a level of inequality, but rather ranges of inequality. There are possible inequality ranges, and despite the fact that it may seem that one loses information, there is a history behind that. One could say that inequality has dropped by looking at these ranges. One could also think of ranges of multidimensional inequality based on the sensitivity of these parameters, and that is as far as I would go for now. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Rafael.
Thank you, Rafael. With this part, we conclude our panel 6 on the debate of why measure inequality from a multidimensional with a multidimensional approach. We would have wanted our panelists to provide us with answers, and yet we have many questions yet to answer. But it's important to begin with this debate. I believe we are poised historically so that we can begin to say, well, why do we need to go beyond income? Supplementary measures. Both Alberto in his presentation, Maria Emma and Veronica mentioned that there are different alternatives in methodological and statistical terms that enable us to say that there are people who are studying how to measure the multidimensional aspect, and other people say, well, what information exists, how this could be done, and they provide us with a reality in the sense that indicators not only have to be simple, but also these indicators must enable us to act in terms of public policy, and that is fundamental. It is fundamental to understand that this complex reality that we have, the way in which we are then able to translate that must be simple and effective. In that sense, I would like to thank all presenters for being here, Alberto, for your presentation, and thus we conclude panel number 6 on the debates around multidimensional inequality. Now I'll offer the floor to Alberto Arenas de Mesa, who will deliver his closing words for this seminar. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It's now 5 to 2 or 6 minutes to 2 in the afternoon. We are absolutely on time. And we will place that in the minutes of this seminar, that we are actually on time. We are fighting against lunch at present. I always say when I deliver my closing words that I have a 30-minute presentation, but no, that's not true. I will only speak for 5 minutes. I would like to thank the authorities that have accompanied us, and likewise all the panelists and participants that have accompanied us. The statistics that I was given has show that, well, on average, we have had 300 people over the past 3 days, around 410 people in all, connected online and representing 14 countries from the region. So it has been a that implies a very important coverage, and we're very happy about that. I would like to especially thank those of you that are here face to face in this fourth regional seminar on social development, Saida Rovira, Minister of Social and Economic Inclusion of Ecuador, and her delegation, Andrea Costaferra. There she is, from Oxfam. Maria Emma Santos from the Universidad Nacional del Sur of Argentina, Manuel Amarantes, this is your home, and who is today in Universidad de la República in Uruguay, and the distinguished Professor Nicholas Barr from the London School of Economics and Political Science. I would also like to thank the participation of Mrs. Javiera Toro, Minister of Social Development and Family of Chile, the Minister of Labor and Social Security of Chile, Janet Jara, Mr. Osvaldo Salgado, and the Secretary of the Ministry of Health of Chile, and the academics, Cristian Belay, and today, Rafael Carranza, David Bravo, and Andrea Repeto, who have accompanied us today. They haven't had to fly to Chile, but we still thank them for being here at ECLAC. The objective of this fourth regional seminar on social development held here in ECLAC has been to promote reflections and dialogues in order to make headway in terms of the recognition and analysis of the characteristics and the size of social inequality in our region. And we have done this within a context which is on the road towards the Second World Summit on Social Development that will be held in 2025. The reflections and exchanges over the last 3 days have shown us the relevance and timeliness of dealing with this issue so that we can strengthen the design of public policies that can take on board the objective of leaving no one behind and trying to achieve the sustainable development goals. And we understand that for this purpose, the notion of inclusive social development and the ideas in the regional development on inclusive social development that has been agreed by countries in the regional conference on social development become key elements in order to achieve this goal. But beyond that, beyond the data, beyond the experiences and ideas that we have shared during these 3 days, this has given us new ideas about the fundamental importance of dealing with social inequality. As from our division of on social development, we're fully convinced of this, and by holding this seminar, indeed, as we commented, we want to place that at the very center and debate around that issue so that we not only become even more convinced, but to increasingly convince other people about the importance of working on the issue of social inequality. And among other dimensions, in this seminar, we had the honor of listening to 3 keynote lectures that I want to highlight, especially. They have been very inspiring, and certainly along the lines of this seminar, the key role of inequality in the region. I highlight the invitation by Professor Nicholas Barr to talk for the development of social protection systems in order to reduce inequality and move towards a welfare state, both catering for its social and economic impacts. And in that sense, we need to consider strategic instruments to strengthen early childhood development, the protection of people during old age, and also the message conveyed to us by Sir Michael Marmot about the fundamental aspect of catering for the social determinants of health, not only to guarantee the right to health and reduce inequalities in this dimension, but also as a guiding principle of the health policies. And the very interesting contributions of Professor Francois Bourguignon this morning about the challenges and proposals in order to have multidimensional measurement of inequality. We also had the presentation of Paula Narvaez, President of ECOSOC of the United Nations, from whom we rescue with full conviction the invitation that she shares with us in order to convey the message of the region to the second World Summit on Social Development that will be held in 2025. And certainly we will do that via our platform, which is our regional conference on social development, to which we have invited all countries from Latin America and the Caribbean. And thus we have very positive messages and held important messages from academia and from politicians and civil society organizations in Latin America that have contributed their experience to contribute to the analysis of inequality in its different dimensions. And I would like to highlight something that is fundamental here in the social inequality matrix, which is fundamental and which has been fundamental for a very long time for ECLAC, and that has been fundamental in order to highlight the main axes and the multiple spheres of in society where we find inequality. And as mentioned by the Executive Secretary of ECLAC during the inauguration, the high inequality trap that characterizes our region is we need to deal with that and to reduce it in order to achieve sustainable development. And for that purpose, what is fundamental is to acknowledge it and to measure it in its multiple dimensions. In our region, trying to conduct quality social policies without a metric that gives a size to social inequality could be classified as insufficient or classified as developing or making headway towards on a road without a clear direction.
It is in that context, in that importance, that we place the effort that we want to start today to implement. And in fact, it's already 70 years old in the world. I thank all the attendants for sharing your concerns, your knowledge in this space. And I invite you to be alert to our next conference, our Social Development Regional Conference, and to the 5th Seminar of Social Development in 2025. Also, I would like to thank all the team of the Social Development Division. And without you, of course, this would not have been possible to hold this seminar. There are many others in ECLAC that have contributed in different dimensions, but the team of Social Development Division has contributed with tasks with different dimensions. I won't mention anyone because it's everyone. Everyone. It would be a long, long list, so I couldn't mention all the members of the division, consultants, residents, and they've all been present for this work. However, I will mention one, and that is basically that who led all these efforts in this team that coordinated the different activities and basically was from the very start in the design of this seminar. I remember when we had the 3rd seminar of social inclusion, then we went for lunch and said, what are we going to do next year? Well, from that moment, we had, well, Daniela Trucco was in charge. She doesn't like the public acknowledgements, but I want to ask you a great applause for her for the great job she did. 7 minutes, I still have 3 more. And I have a final thought, a final reflection after these 3 days of talking about social protection and inequality. And precisely when we were talking, I remember with Daniela Trucco, I think at that lunch we had also Daniel Espejo, Andrés Espejo. And so we thought, what to do next year? And we were going to say, look, this is going to be linked to social protection, different dimensions, but the center is inequality. And that was the invitation. And it was from there that we started to design. Now, basically, why did we want to do that? In the debate we've had today, basically the answer has emerged there. That is, we are convinced that it's necessary in the region to strengthen social protection systems that with characteristics to be universal, integral, sustainable, resilient. And they are the spinal cord of a welfare state, right? And that welfare has a metric that is not only income. And that metric that is not only income requires an instrument, an index or several indices that in some way or another will guide us, orient us. So at least do two things. Because if inequality in Latin America and the Caribbean of the last 70 years and 30 years with comparable statistics, we're still #1 in the ranking of income inequality in the world, there is something in the public policy production function that needs to be changed. Because if that is the snapshot, there is something that needs to be different. So with the same recipe we've had, development strategies and results, at the end of the day, we are at least uncomfortable. And that makes us that to place the debate in the center of being able to measure social inequality is one first step. But it's measuring social inequality to truly make progress in the design of public policies that will be more efficient for it to be reduced, to advance in resource allocation, in social protection and social policies, so that in fact, that inequality will be reduced. As we've said, inequality not only has a moral, ethical issue, it's inefficient in different dimensions. And as it is in different dimensions, we need a multi-dimensional that will really address it. With this, I conclude. I wish you all have a happy trip back home and that we will continue to work and bringing efforts together so as to move towards inclusive social development, which is key for sustainable development in the region. Thank you very much.
Bueno, entonces, y un solo réclame que se me faltó.
One thing I didn't say is that at 2:30 in Z407 room, Carlos Maldonado will lead you. We have a side event there, a side event dedicated to social cohesion in Latin America, and that is sponsored also by Spanish cooperation. Carlos, would you like to mention it? But it's at 2:30 in 25 more minutes. You're all cordially invited. Thank you.